I thought I unmuted myself. Hello, everybody. Hello, how you doing? I know I'm quite dark at the moment. Here we go. I wasn't able to turn them on before because I had my cat on top of these beautiful light switches. And if I tried to move her in any way, she would probably just, yeah, bite my entire hands off. So, yeah. But here we are. We are over here. We are live. Hello, hello, hello. How is everyone doing? How are you doing, my friend Panda? Got a packed agenda for today, a packed schedule. We're gonna read some gaming news. I thought there wasn't that much, but actually, there's quite a few things to talk about. We could discuss them. And oh my god, I'm getting the bright flash here. You're stuffed with pizza. That's good. Oh yeah, I had pizza this weekend, which means on like I think it was Saturday, which means I will not have it again this week. Trying to eat a little bit more healthy. Although I would love a pizza right now. Actually, it's been a while since I ate any sushi, so maybe next time next time I take away, I order takeaway, I'll get some sushi. Miss it quite a bit. There's some very nice sushi places here in London. They're not half bad, right? If I can say that. But what have we got to do today? Today we've got our Jetpack Joyride game number 2. I do consider Pong done, so we won't be going back to Pong. However, what we will do is just to move into Jetpack Joyride now. About Jetpack Joyride, and just give me a second while I adjust the camera slightly. I think it's a little, yeah. So about Jetpack Joyride, I will need assets obviously, but I think I will focus on making the main logic first, and then the assets will come in. But I will do them. I will use Kenny assets. Actually, I don't think I will do as much as possible. I will not do any asset and not generation, any asset making during this entire challenge if I can, just because it would take excruciatingly long to just do it on stream, and I don't think it would be interesting in any way. Had my fave pizza with salami and champignon. Nice. Sounds good. Sounds very good. Sounds good. Was it spicy salami? Because for me in Italy, salami is not necessarily spicy. It's just a little peppery, but not spicy. Oh, I forgot to replenish my refill my water bottle. Damn it. I can maybe do it later when we finish reading some news. But yeah, nah, not the spicy one. Oh, okay. Fair. It's good. It's good. Okay, so I think we can move into already the news reading segment of the show. And here we are right now. Oh, wait. Wrong. Okay, great. Yeah, we can keep this kind of thing. I do love spicy stuff, but spicy stuff doesn't love me. Oh, no. Sad. Yeah, no. I get that. Very, very sad. I love spicy stuff, but yeah, I've limited it lately because it's Not like it gives me problems, it just makes me feel a little better when I don't eat it. It's not like I feel like indigestion or anything like that, but it's just in general yeah. Don't know how to describe it, but I don't think they love me very much. Yeah, the spicy stuffs. So yeah. Right, so we got a couple of news pieces to look at, and the first one that I want to talk about is this. This is actually pretty fresh news, so you might not have heard about it. From 12:10 p.m. PDT today. I do not know what time in PDT it is now. Oh, great. So it's basically, it just came out, essentially, here on GameSpot. And also just came out on other gaming sites that I saw, like Kotaku, where obviously Kotaku is... Actually, I will not read Kotaku. Obviously, Kotaku is going straight against Valve because that's what they like to do. But yeah, we can start with this. So I wasn't aware of this lawsuit. Valve addresses New York loot box lawsuit. We refuse to do that. The type of commitments that NYAG, which I believe stands for New York Attorney General, demanded from Valve went far beyond what existing New York law requires. What a surprise with the current administration, isn't it? Over there. But Valve has stayed silent since New York Attorney General Letitia James brought a lawsuit against the company at the end of February, claiming its loot box mechanics allow children and adults to illegally gamble for the chance to win valuable virtual prizes. But today the company finally broke its silence, publicly addressing the lawsuit via a lengthy post on Steam. So, what is this case about? I haven't really read much about it, but we're gonna find out. What was the lawsuit about? We're gonna find a suit for promoting illegal gambling by New York Attorney General. Okay, well, I think fair. Did Valve take a massive L here? We're gonna have to find out. And so, loot box mechanics already at work with the Jira tickets. Really? I'm not familiar with how Jira works on the day-to-day, so but I assume it's not a whole lot of fun to do, to work with. So you may have seen the New York Attorney General recently filed a lawsuit against Valve claiming mystery boxes like crates, cases, and chests in some of our games violate New York gambling laws. Valve wrote in the post, which was aimed at players of Dota 2, Counter-Strike 2, and Team Fortress 2, which obviously, crates, cases, and chests kind of come from there. We don't believe that they do, and we're disappointed to see the NYAG make that claim after working to educate them about our virtual items and mystery boxes since they first reached out to us in early 2023. We rarely talk about litigation, but we felt we should explain the situation to you. So, Valve is being transparent here. The problem is loot boxes, mystery boxes, there's always a fine line with those because, like, I'm not familiar with Valve's system of doing loot boxes and mystery boxes and such. Like, I haven't tried it myself. I know that what EA does and what Fortnite does and what all of those live service free-to-play games do, I know that those are not great. I know that those are awful, in fact, and the people spend thousands of dollars, pounds, euros, whatever you want to call it, in skins for Fortnite, but like, yeah, is it that's a different thing. It's not loot boxes, it's just getting skins from the store, but there are some loot boxes as well, if I remember right. Or there's gacha games anyway. I think the gacha games are a lot worse than this. They're like practically slot machines, those ones, but what can we do? So Valve says it has explained to the New York Attorney General that loot boxes are widely used in gaming and compared its loot boxes to collectible baseball cards, Labubu blind boxes, and Pokemon trading card packs. I guess. I mean, I guess you could see it that way. It also noted that players don't have to open loot boxes to play Valve games, which is a fair statement, I would say. But what do we think about this? Like, do we think that, like, loot boxes from Valve are comparable to Pokemon trading card packs? I mean, again, admittedly, I'm not super familiar with how Steam, like, Valve loot boxes. Let me see if we can find something that explains them. Oh yeah, Reddit comments are gonna be peaceful one day. I mean, they're not wrong, but I think that's more a condemnation. That's more a condemnation of booster packs and Lububus than it is a defense of loot boxes. Absolutely. That's their point. Either cover the whole thing or none of it. Why are loot boxes bad? Pokemon packs are okay. Okay, yeah, well, I can see it. I can see it. Don't have too open to play games. Yes, but to fucking enjoy then, let's be real. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I think for Team Fortress 2, Dota 2, Counter-Strike 2, well, I don't know about Counter-Strike 2, you know. Largely, the loot boxes in Counter-Strike 2, they are skins, as far as I know. I played a little bit of Counter-Strike 2. I'm not familiar with Dota 2, and Team Fortress I played too little. But Counter-Strike 2, I played like a good 15 hours. Well, I don't know. How much have I played of Counter-Strike 2? Probably more than 15 hours. Sometimes I go back into it. Let me see. Counter-Strike 2. I played 20 hours. Yeah, 20 hours in this game. Yeah, I'm fine with pure cosmetics boxes. Yeah, in Counter Strike, I think they're mostly like that. You know, they're mostly pure cosmetic. Oh wait, got the inputs all screwed up. There we go. In Counter Strike 2, yeah, they're mostly cosmetic boxes, and that's fine because you don't need to use them to actually enjoy the game, as you say. But I see the argument for, you know, oh, they're basically gambling. But at the same time, I also see this, like Labubu blind boxes, Pokemon trading card packs. I mean, yeah. In fact, most of you don't open any boxes at all and just play the games because the items in the boxes are purely cosmetic. There is no disadvantage to a player not spending money. Okay, so if this is true across Dota 2, Team Fortress 2, and Counter-Strike 2, then I mean, I'm with Valve here. I mean, they need to monetize those games somehow. Kinder Eggs collectibles, lol. Yeah, there's that. Team Fortress 2 especially is free to play. Counter-Strike 2 is not free to play. Or is it now? I think they made it free to play now. Nah, maybe not. No, it's not. No, wait. It is free to play. It is free to play. I thought Counter-Strike was still was paid for. Then you can buy the Prime status upgrade, which I don't know what it means. Prime account status in Counter-Strike 2. Basically, you get better drops. So yeah, it could be a little bit of a not pay to win. Again, if they're mostly cosmetics or just cosmetics, purely cosmetics, then like there's way worse games out there that give you actual in-game benefits if you pay. Like, I'm pretty sure Call of Duty and Battlefield do that quite a bit. But anyway, the comparison to physical collectibles might not fly in court. After all, if Valve were to end support for a game, players would not have a platform on which to use their loot box items, whereas physical items remain in their owner's possession regardless of what happens to the parent company that created them. Yeah, well, and if they pull the game from Steam, then they will not have a game that they played anymore, which is the whole problem behind Stop Killing Games and why I support that so much. It's just like the crew now is unplayable unless someone finds a way, or if maybe they've already found a way to resurrect it with servers. And there's a shit ton of games that, not a shit ton, okay, fair. To be fair, it's a handful, but there's a handful of games that die and they die there and nobody resurrects them. There's Metal Gear Online, the original from Metal Gear Solid 4, which was a beautiful online system. I think one of the most beautiful multiplayer systems ever made, that I've ever played personally, with clans, matchmaking, but also private servers, dedicated servers and whatnot. It was amazing. And then at some point, obviously, Konami couldn't maintain it anymore. After over 10 years, they closed the servers, also because they wanted to move to the new Metal Gear Online, which sucks. But the community found a way to resurrect him. I have no idea how, but you can technically, if you want to, play Metal Gear Solid 4 online using a PS3 emulator on your PC. Maybe on your PS3 as well. I'm not quite sure about that, but on your PC you can definitely play Metal Gear Online still. But you know, lifetime support. That is what it is. If Valve were to retire games from the store, whoever bought them might have to be refunded, or in most cases they don't. Maybe through peer-to-peer, my guess. It could be, yeah, I think so. I think it might be that. But Valve isn't wrong about the fact that players don't have to engage with loot boxes, nor the fact that these items have no effect on gameplay. Valve's new shooter Deadlock has not implemented any monetization tactics, as it is still under development. Cosmetics are available, but are purchased with in-game currency and do not affect gameplay, nor do the cosmetics in Counter-Strike 2, Dota 2, or Team Fortress 2. Again, I mean, Valve found a way to still implement loot boxes, and microtransactions without affecting the balance of the game. So it's a choice. If you want to do them, you do them, which is fair enough. It's diversifying revenue. Are loot boxes still bad? Yes, because they use, in my opinion, they use like very subtle psychological tricks and mechanisms to try and get you to buy more. If you buy one, and then you probably want to get another one, and then another one, and then another one. So they're a bit of a gambling trap. But can you blame them for saying that they're purely cosmetics? There's no disadvantage to the player not spending money. The player is not forced to do it unless they actively do it. It, like gambling, it basically exploits a player's existing vulnerabilities and also probably kind of encourages them a little bit. Maybe it wakes up something dormant. But yeah, I mean, I'm kinda with Valve here, a little bit with the New York attorney, but like I think Valve has a point here. There's other companies that they should be going for. I don't get why they're going for Valve. Valve says it's shared evidence of its efforts over many years to shut down accounts found to be using Valve game items from gambling sites in violation of the Steam subscriber agreement, so they even shut down those accounts. And the extraordinary measures it's taken to stop these gambling sites from taking advantage of Steam accounts and in-game items, which again, it would be my guess that it's not easy to do that. But the company has concerns about the changes Letitia James wants to see when it comes to in-game item trading, a feature Valve is outright refusing to remove. The NYAJ seems to believe boxes and their contents should not be transferable. NYAJ proposes Valve should take away users' ability to transfer the digital items from Valve games. What? Why? Transferability is a right we believe should not be taken away, and we refuse to do that. How is that solving the problem? Maybe I'm missing something here, but how is that solving the problem of loot boxes? Like, the fact that you can transfer them, and you just keep them. Like, they think that by being able to transfer them to others, then reselling them and whatnot, you are encouraging a market of a gambling market or something like that. I'm kind of missing the point here. Valve also takes issue with James's proposed changes regarding the collection of player information for the alleged purpose of age and identity verification. And here we are. Yup. Here we are. The NYAG also proposed to gather additional information. You can sell and buy them on the Steam market. Hello, hi Quivscore, hi Quivscore. We're talking about the lawsuit that Valve addressed about loot boxes. Nice to have you here. And then we'll go into making JETPACK JOYRIDE, which I'm kind of excited about. The NYAG also proposed to gather additional information beyond what we normally collect in the course of processing payments about each game user on the off chance someone in New York was anonymizing their location to appear outside of New York, such as by using a VPN. Valve explained. This would have involved implementing invasive technologies for every user worldwide. Similarly, the NYAG demanded that Valve collect more personal data about our users to do additional age verification. Yay, personal data just... No, this is New York. This is New York. It's from New York. And as you can see here, it would have worldwide repercussions. Similarly, the NYAG demanded about, okay, even though most payment methods used by New York Steam users already have age verification built in. Thank you, Valve. Thank you. This is just the US government wanting even more personal data gathered around around people who are using these platforms. Good God. This age verification trend, the age and identity verification trend that we're having lately, I think, yeah, okay, it's all good and fair that you want to verify the age of your users for online safety purposes, but that's not what typically happens, especially when you consider what's almost happened with Discord and the fact that they were about to partner with a company that works with Palantir. And so they would keep your data, they would sell your data before deleting it, most likely. Like, this is just a nice facade for data collection, masked by online safety rules. It's absolute horseshit. And the UK is doing it very aggressively too now, because we've got the Online Safety Act, and now you can't basically do anything without being age verified on a lot of websites. Well, I'm exaggerating. I don't want to sound like one of those, oh, you can't say anything anymore. That's absolutely not anything. But Age verification and installing Linux, biggest joke currently. I've heard about that, but I've not read into it. I've read about it this afternoon. What the hell? How is that? How that? What? I'm gonna have to look into it. Maybe after, maybe before we jump into Godot, we'll look into that. But like, Imgur left the UK because I can't use it. Like, from September 30th, 2025, access to Imgur from the United Kingdom is no longer available. Imgur, whatever you want to call it. UK users will not be able to log in, view content, or upload images. Basically, if I don't have a VPN, I can't see a good portion of the content that is actually on Steam when people upload mods and stuff like that, because, yeah. New age verification laws in states like California require Linux operating systems to collect and report user age data to be set up. What the fuck? Why? Linux. Why? Self-reported age will help apps filter content for minors, but it does not involve strict verification methods like photo ID checks. Oh, well, at least that. But it's still bullshit. It's open source. I mean, yeah, okay, it needs to follow the law, but like, yeah, for the love of God. You're going for Linux now. Lastly, the publisher addressed comments in James's lawsuit regarding the effect of gaming on children, the allusions to games causing real-world violence. Again, this argument. Nobody owns Linux. Stupid politicians. Yeah, exactly. Again, this. Games causing real-world violence in good old in big fat 2026. We're still talking about this. Those extraneous comments are a distraction and mischaracterization we've all heard before. Yes. Numerous studies throughout the years have concluded there is no link between media, movies, TV, books, comics, music, and games, and real-world violence. Indeed, many studies highlight the beneficial impact of games to users. The New York Attorney General's office has not responded to Valve's public statement. So now we know where this is coming from, don't we? Now we know exactly where this whole thing is coming from. And we should probably ignore it altogether. But yeah. So, in other news, there was this one guy doxing and traveled half across the globe to knife a guy who insulted him online. God damn it. In other news, we've got Project Helix. Also, am I too bright right now? I think I am too bright. Ah, yeah, this way is a little better, I guess. Slightly for now. I'll turn it on again when we're in Godot and it's dark. Why is GameSpot so bright? You got the flashbang. Okay. So, well, I mean, I think I've been pretty clear about my stance on that. I feel like it's stupid. I'll be honest. Am I too bright? Nah, I'm your fellow, so thank you. Xbox Project Helix gets key updates, including when devs will get the system. Yeah, I've read about this. Apparently, they won't get the system. They won't get dev kits until 2027. But like, I mean, I suppose the console will come out at the end of 2027 at this point. Maybe early 2028. Unlikely. Usually they go for the holiday season, don't they? Today, the Game Developers Conference in San Francisco, Microsoft held a panel discussion during which Xbox Next Gen VP Jason Ronald shared new shared new insight into the company's plans for the future of the platform, including the recently announced Project Helix console/PC platform. By the way, in case you missed it, Project Helix will be able to run both Xbox and PC games. How in hell they're going to be able to do it in this RAM crisis, I have no idea. But here we are. Probably with the power of a 5070 or something like that. If we're lucky. Xbox executive. Oh yeah, and 8 gigabytes of RAM. We're continuing to push innovation for the next 25 years with our team hard at work and whatever marketing speak. Went on to say that Microsoft together with AMD are endeavoring to shape the future of rendering and simulation with a new machine. Right. Project Helix is powered by a custom AMD SoC. What does SoC stand for? AMD SoC. Adaptive SoC. Meaning. System on a chip. Single highly integrated chip that combines a central processing unit, graphics, memory, and I/O controllers. Ah. So you don't own a Windows PC anymore, but rent it online. Got it. Fuck Microsoft. Well, yeah, the fair point. I mean, if they go all in with Game Pass, they don't really need you to buy Windows PC. But you know, well, I mean, I don't know. Custom AMD SoC co-design for the next generation of DirectX and FSR to unlock what comes next. Yeah, unlock, powered by the co-design, next generation. Look at all of this slop here. This is exactly the direction Microsoft is going for, believe me. Oh, no. I totally agree. I think we're going towards renting computing power, and that absolutely sucks. But yeah, well, I mean, hopefully not. It would be absolutely ridiculous. PlayStation is already doing that. In case you missed it, PlayStation Rent. Rent to buy, PlayStation and PlayStation Rental. Lease with Flex. That's the one. Lease your PS5 from $10.99 per month. How it works. Select your device and lease term. Choose monthly rolling for ultimate flexibility. For lower monthly payments, select 12, 24, or 36 months. In 12 months, or maybe in 2 years, you'll have paid more than the price of the actual console. And by the time the maybe not 2 years, maybe about 3 or 4 years, but by the time the console generation is over, you won't even own the damn thing. You'll have to give it back. At the end of your chosen term, you're in control. Upgrade, keep paying monthly, or leave Flex by returning your device. I mean, good. Yeah, okay, good because PS5 is completely useless. But, like, what the fuck? Makes indies and Linux even bigger. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at some point, some manufacturer is going to try and compete with these people. But, you know, the Steam is trying. If the future is a Steam machine, I'm going for a Steam machine. Oh my god, look at this. It delivers an order of magnitude leap in ray tracing performance and capability, integrates intelligence directly into graphics and compute pipeline, the frame generation, I suppose, and drives meaningful gains in efficiency, scale, and visual ambition. The result is more realistic, immersive, and dynamic worlds for players, which we do not want. They've been promising us more realistic, immersive, and dynamic worlds for ages, and they've just become more and more bloated. Buzzwords article. Yeah, and look at this. There's even more. We're breaking down the barriers between console and PC games for more seamless cross-device play, and we're making the Xbox experience consistent across screens. This also gives developers a simpler and more unified path to reach more players while helping reduce development costs. I'm sure it does, mate. I'm sure it does. I swear, my next video after Terraria is going to be whatever the hell happened to the AAA industry, and it's going to be phrased as a question, and I hope a lot of people see it because I want the comments in flames. Yes, through playing on one host in the cloud, accessing from several devices. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I want to wait for that. I don't know. I don't think they're gonna go for it in this generation. Usually, this thing you kind of feel a generation behind. Like, at the time of PS3, PS4, I think at the time of PS4, you're starting to feel that, like, physical games were going away. And then, actually, you were starting to feel like, for PS3, that for PS4, they didn't, but they became bigger. And then for PS5, you got the digital version, the physical version. It's completely likely that PS6 is not going to have a physical reader. And if it does, PS7 is not going to have it. I'm willing to bet money on that. And maybe because you will be accessing cloud games instead of actually on-device computing power, but anyway. But in this case, I think they're not gonna go for it just yet. It's too soon in the space of a year. I know that AI is changing everything, unfortunately, but like I think it's too soon. In the space of a year, it's too early. PS7 lower. We're gonna be over 80 by that time. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's gonna be in 14 years. No. Actually, about 10 years by now, I think. Because PS6 must be around the corner, you know. I think if Project Helix is coming out like in 2027, then PS5 can't stand around and just watch, you know. You're gonna have to rush. They're gonna have to hurry up. They haven't announced anything besides, yeah, we're working on it. Project Helix at least has shared a few specs. I'm sure Sony can sit that out. They could, yeah. But yeah, typically a console generation now is about, well, it used to be around 6 to 7 years. Now it's about 8 to 9 years, because of rising costs in compute power, the crisis of GPUs and whatnot, chips, whatever. Much of what's outlined here comes as no surprise, although the introduction of multi-frame generation consoles could prove to be a key development for console performance. This could enable higher, more stable frame rates without requiring as much of a sacrifice in terms of visual quality. The console side of Microsoft was always a minus number. Always has been, always will be. Yeah, that's true. And I don't think Asha Sharma will improve that very much. Ronald's talk at GDC was aimed at developers and other people in the industry and was never expected to be a big reveal event for Project Helix. That will come sometime later. One of the big unanswered questions about Project Helix is how much it will cost. One industry analyst has predicted a price point of $900 or more. At that point, you might as well get a PC. At least you can install Linux on it. The PS5 Pro is $750 in the US, while the Xbox Series X with 2 terabytes is $800. Yeah, okay, but Dr. Serkan Toto versus... Oh, Serkan Toto, I remember this guy. Of Canton Games, still Games Rated, there is absolutely no reason to expect Project Helix to be cheaper, so the base model could be priced at $900 and a more premium version at even more than that. Also, man, since you're using a Chrome engine browser, install the Microsoft's Microslop. Okay, I can do that. Toto believes that the RAM crisis could be over by the time Project Helix is put into production, but he added that fans should brace for an expensive machine in any case. Yeah, I mean, the RAM crisis can't go on for this long, can it? Then again, we said the same thing about the GPU crisis, and look where we are now. Project Helix is coming to market under the leadership of new Microsoft Gaming CEO Asha Sharma, who's taking over from Phil Spencer. He's staying on through the summer to help with the handoff, but will retire after that. He worked with Microsoft for 38 years, starting as an intern and rising through the ranks to the top boss of gaming. Well, that is impressive, I'll say. As part of the executive shuffle, Xbox President Sarah Bond has left Microsoft with no replacement named. Oh, well, we know all of that. What a dark age for gaming. How is it that it gets worse with every generation? It used to be that we said, oh yeah, no, it used to be better. But it used to objectively be better. For AAA gaming. Yeah, true. As Highguard enters final day, Dev says, oh yeah, we can talk a little bit about Highguard. I was thinking about that. Just to get a little bit more of this drama. As Highguard enters final day, Dev says online the discourse accelerated the timeline of our failure. Very dark corners of the internet helped play a role in Highguard's downfall, one former dev says. Again, blaming the players, because why the hell not? I'm not going to spend too much on this. We talked about Highguard a lot last time, but I believe the online discourse around Highguard at some very dark corners that may have accelerated the timeline of our failure beyond the natural outcome of reasonable critique. But it wasn't the primary cause, and I don't personally believe the ultimate outcome would have been thoroughly different without it. Okay, well, at least it's being honest. At least it knows. Went on to say there were a lot of elements involved in what went wrong with Highguard, and there is no way to know how it would have gone under different circumstances. I beg to differ. I think it could have gone in a lot of more positive ways. Addressing his original post, Sobel said it was a mistake to post what he did. I was stressed, devastated, angry, and running on 2 hours of sleep. Okay, alright. It was not wise to take my pain to the internet in that volatile state. I stand by the intent behind much of what I said. Okay, never mind. So you're not really apologizing. But I phrased it poorly and some of my anger was misdirected. So you're not apologizing. You're just saying, I doubled down, but I could have used better words. Okay, well, fair enough, mate. Fair enough. The Times Sobel wrote, all products are at the whims of the consumers, and the consumers put absurd amounts of efforts into slandering Highguard. And it worked. We deserve the bare minimum of not having our downfall be gleefully manifested. Ooh, remember Gamergate? I read today was all controlled by Epstein back then. Also, what the fuck happened to him for a chan? I didn't know about that, and... Well, I mean, apparently the far-right circle was controlling a lot of that shit at the time. Bots and whatnot. Like, complete manipulation. The hell. And the way they covered everything up, I mean, who knows what else they're covering up. I mean, I hate conspiracy theories. But this whole story, like, what the hell? 60% of the today. I hate conspiracy theories, all chemtrails and reptilians and whatever other, we live in a simulation, whatever other fucking stupid bullshit people tell themselves to just cope with the fact that they're having a miserable, shitty life. But like, this whole story kinda makes you reevaluate certain things, doesn't it? Because even someone who tries to be as level-headed as possible as myself, always second-guessing every single thing I read, every single thing I read online, I see like, oh, it's a hoax. Oh yeah, where's the scientific research behind it? Where's the proof and all that? Where's the evidence and such? The way they covered up the entire Epstein case is absolutely ridiculous. Yes, I know. Yeah, I mean, I consider myself to be a pretty sane person when it comes to evaluating news online. But for the love of God, what they did with Epstein was a shit show. And it still is, because no one is facing any sort of consequences for it. So they just get a nice, oh yeah, off you go. Don't worry, darling. Like it happened in the UK. They called 2 people for questioning and then they just let them go. There's proof that were involved in that. But yeah, anyway. It has come to light that Tencent was one of the companies funded Wildlight and Highguard. And that the Chinese internet giant pulled funding after the game's launch. I had heard about this, and I don't know if you knew, Panda, but here we are again. Here we go again. Here we go again, my friend. There we go. There we go. There we go. Tencent strikes again. Right, well, I mean, the guy apologized without apologizing, you know, but what can we do? What can we say? Speaking of nicer pieces of news, I was probably wrong about Marathon. Like, eat the rich. Yeah, absolutely. I was probably wrong about Marathon. People are loving it. And if you go on Steam, yes, there are the salty boys that are trying to bomb it and whatnot. But if you look at the actual reviews, it's got very positive review. 90% of the reviews are positive. 90% is pretty good. And keep in mind, Bungie has its fan base, it has its fanboys, but a lot of people weren't happy with how Destiny 2 was handled. At least from what I remember. So they had every reason to be biased against the Marathon, but it looks like people are actually enjoying it. Yes, there are some negative reviews, but Bungie is Halo, defending multi-million corp or again. Yeah, I know. But I don't think that has to do with that. Because I don't think people care that Highguard was made by an indie funded by Tencent, but marketed themselves as indies. I don't think people care that it was marketed by indies. It was just a shitty game. Here it looks like it might not be as crap. It might be okay. Maybe Bungie did something right here. I will not play Marathon, as you can see, it's not in my library, and I don't intend to play it anytime soon or buy it anytime soon. Maybe my friends will buy it. If they do, I might have to cave just to have some fun every once in a while in multiplayer, because nobody will play with me otherwise. But yeah, looks like I might have been wrong about Marathon. The Bungie invested a lot into this, and they might have come out on the other side pretty well. Now, that said, I think, well, it still has fewer players than Slay the Spire. That would be huge if Steam you put at the top, funded by, funded developer, publisher. Oh yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. But yeah, that said, still has infinitely, well, not infinitely, but a lot fewer, because if we go into Steam charts, the people who are playing Marathon, they're liking it. But with that said, no, wait, I don't think this is the right site. What's the site that gives you the Silksong concurrent players? Maybe I can find it like that. SteamDB. Yeah. So if we go for Marathon, yeah, there you go. The Marathon has 47,720 players right now, but it's a peak. It's evening time, which is still pretty good, but like it's not the highest peak it's had. It's going down for sure, but I suppose you can expect that for a lot of games. And maybe it's also the week, so maybe we'll pick up during the weekend, you know. Who knows? But it's 47,000 players. As we know, Slay the Spire 2 has got 231,000 players right now. Not as much as Spire 2. So still, indie wins here once again. And if anything, this shows live service games are they are a dying market. There's absolutely no reason. Like live service games are clearly a dying market. There's absolutely no reason to work on a game for how many years? Like, how many years was Marathon in development? I think it was announced a couple of years ago. Well, it was announced a couple of years ago. Marathon development time. Let me see. 6 to 7 years. Well, that is expected. So they've developed this game for 6 to 7 years, and their highest peak has been 88,000 players. 88,000 players. That's been the highest peak. Bungie is in deep shit for this. Like, I guarantee you that there's going to be cuts. I guarantee you that Sony is going to lay off some people. Because this is not acceptable for a company that's invested so much money over 6 to 7 years. Bungie is going down for this. If it's not being shut down entirely, and it might be, because Sony doesn't give a shit. If it's not shut down entirely, it will see some very heavy layoffs just to stay open. Because this is not going to recoup any costs. This would be moderately, actually quite successful for an indie game studio. Would be absolutely freaking great for an indie game studio, like having this peak. Would mean a lot of money. Like there's a lot of players right now, but no, like it's not enough. It's not enough for a multi-billion company like Sony that needs to recoup the costs of development, and Bungie is going down for this. That said, I'm happy that I was wrong, because it looks like Marathon is a decent game, but like the market is too full. There was no way this was gonna have a huge this was gonna be a huge success. And I don't think Sony accounted for that. I don't think Sony planned for that. I think Sony planned for it to be an absolute boom with hundreds of thousands of players. That's just not happening, and it's gonna bounce back in Bungie's butt. But yeah, Bungie should have remastered Oni for real. Fuck, even remaster Halo would have been better. Yeah. Give us single player experiences. We don't care about all these multiplayer live service games. Stop that. And then the last thing that I found, and then we can move on to Godot, is this. Asper's CEO still has so much AI-based grist in his own D&D games, it would floor you. But he's not putting it in Magic the Gathering cards or D&D books, because people just don't want it. We don't even have it in our pipelines. I don't think I want to be angry at this guy. Instead of forcing AI down people's throats, he uses it for his own stuff, for his own like games, his own personal games. But he doesn't think it should be in D&D. He doesn't think it should be in Magic. He doesn't think it should be in stuff that where players don't want it. Even though in 2024 he said the fact that all his mates were using it was a signal that they needed to be embracing it. Fortunately, this is a person who probably is a little grounded. Interesting last name. I don't know if you can read it very well, but interesting last name there. Yeah, I should actually read these articles like this. It's much bigger font and much easier for the stream. Sorry, should have thought about that before. Because right now, yeah, you can read shit like this. Okay, well, that's good to know for the future. Next week I'll do it this way. But yeah, interesting name here. And yeah, he's changed his tune. Like, he's someone who's not completely out of touch. He's able to read the room and is like, players just don't want it. Why should we do it? I use AI all the time for just personal passion projects. D&D is kind of my jam, and I DM probably 3 or 4 groups. Wow, that's a lot of groups. There's so much AI-based animation, images, text, sound effects, and voice cloning on my PC, it would floor you. Yeah, okay, I mean... But, okay, so he's using compute power that's costing us RAM. On the other hand, he's using compute power that's costing AI companies compute power. So, AI companies are losing money because of him. I don't think it realizes. But it's kind of a win-win situation, whether you don't use it or use it at this point. If you use all of those tokens, like you are making those companies lose money effectively, and sooner or later it's going to come back to bite them. I'm not going to get too high on my horse about what Mr. Cox does in his free time. This was a little bit. This was free. This was a little bit gratuitous, PC Gamer. But I do appreciate this. I was not expecting it. I'm not going to get high on my horse about what Mr. Cox does in his free time. Well, every single TTRPG group I'm in is deeply averse to using the tech. It's not like I haven't plucked a PNG from an artist's profile with credit, mind, for using my personal game from time to time. But as I mentioned back in 2024, the whole joy of D&D for me is playing a story that my mate wrote. If they didn't bother writing it, I'm not really bothered about playing it. Yeah, well, if he's not even writing his own... If he's not even writing his own story, then what's the point? Hey, horse clocks. That's where we're all over 30. Yeah. Also, more cynically, I would wonder whether a CEO's salary for one of the biggest toy makers in the world could very easily pay for commission artwork. Yeah. I suspect it would be a drop in the bucket for Cox, if slower. Yeah. That's very fair. That's very fair. Either way, this aversion is something Cox seem to recognize from... I love that he keeps calling him Cox. It's just funny every time. Seems to recognize from the fan base as a whole. And while many other segments of Hasbro are using AI for concepting toys, while Cox claims they are trained on their own IP to make pretty sophisticated renders for the gamers aren't interested. For creative context, I think you have to think about it very carefully. There are some brands that the audience, the creators, just don't want it, so we don't even have it in our pipelines for a video game, for Magic, or for Magic the Gathering, or D&D. Still mostly bright-eyed and a little naive about the tech, though. If Joe or Sally Sixpack feels like they're suddenly like an avant-garde creative with these powerful tools, take a legitimate avant-garde creative and give them these tools, and they just level up way more. I don't know about that. So for the obvious corporate ick of placing the phrase level up next to avant-garde, Cox's assertion here is just hasn't really played out. In the world of capitalist grinding, where you need to deliver leveled up products for a smoother, more agile pipeline or whatever, sure, using AI in the very early stages might save you a couple of hours. Speaking anecdotally, every actual creative person who knows how to make the kind of art AI mercilessly rips from has responded to the tech with revulsion, and even those neutral on it have soured over time. This has been my experience, I'll be honest. I was very much like when ChatGPT launched in November 2024, I think, to 2023, I think it was. I was kind of neutral. A little bit scared for my job. But it was kind of neutral about it. I was like, you know what? It's interesting technology. I love technology. I want to see where we go with this. Maybe it's something that I just have to learn to use, just so I don't get left behind. I think people who oppose it are going to be worse off in the long run, because at least you need to have a basic understanding of how they work. And I mean, I was kind of right, but I was also kind of wrong, because it's not like my job would be my role would be worse for not knowing AI. But I would definitely feel like I don't know what most people are talking about these days. Especially now that like a lot of brands are working on GEO, answer engine optimization, all that stuff. I need to know how LLMs work in my line of work. So that is helping me. But from neutral, I have definitely moved to sour. And I will say already on some elements, I was already quite sour. Like all the plagiarism, all of the shitty stuff, all the stealing from artists' work, all of that crap. I was already very firmly against all of that and the copyright issues and such. But I still use the technology quite a bit because I found it useful, and because I found that, it was something that was useful in my day-to-day work. Now I use it less and less. I use it less and less every day, and if I do, it's usually for some research. I use it like as an augmented search engine, never to generate stuff unless it's for my own personal use. But even then, I always try to use, Unsplash or other royalty-free resources. Kenny, I could easily generate all of JETPACK JOYRIDE using AI. I will not do that. I was into AI when it was new. Then I understood it, even how to create your own AI from scratch when training models and shit. And since that, I absolutely hate AI from my heart to my grave. Yeah. And I also know what the shit, all the shit they're doing with data centers and how they're popping up all around the US and soon everywhere else too. I think they're already popping up everywhere else too. They're planning to build up a bunch here in London as well. But like data centers and all that stuff, and how they consume a lot of water, and how the communities are affected, and the noise pollution, the visual pollution, and the actual environmental pollution that they're doing. It's a shit show. It's an absolute shit show, and I do hope that it deflates quite quickly. I think if there's a year this whole thing is going to deflate, it's going to have to be this year, because like investors are starting to realize that pouring all that money into AI is not exactly paying off, and it might not pay off for the next 10 years, and they might not be here in the next 10 years. They will not have the money to keep pumping resources into AI for the next 10 years. So something is going to have to crack. And I think in the end, maybe the bigger players that don't make as many mistakes are going to be left, and maybe there's going to be two, and then the rest of the industry, all of the other AI startups and whatnot, all the wrappers of ChatGPT and such, they're probably going to die off, and that's definitely going to be for the better. But yeah, and there's something else that just was in my brain now. Oh yeah, well, ChatGPT has lost a lot of subscribers. I don't know how many, but get ready, this Fallout Wisdom. What? You thinking this is Fallout Wisdom? Oh yeah, well I'll let you rewrite that. You know when the AI wars start? Ah yeah, okay. Okay, well that's true. But like ChatGPT has lost thousands of subscribers because of that thing that they did with the Pentagon, and people were very unhappy, and they just switched to Claude. They lost me a long time ago because all of the crap that they were doing, the way Altman speaks, the way Scam Altman speaks, and the way the entire company talks about AI now. Well, the entire company is basically Scam Altman, but like the way he speaks about AI, and the way they dismiss all of the issues of AI, the way they don't care about copyright and such, the way they prioritize slop and whatnot, and they're just eating up everything. And so they lost me a long time ago. Also with the suicide story that came out like I think a year ago or so, of a kid that basically ended his own life because of AI and being encouraged by AI to do it. And it wasn't the only case, I'm sure. And OpenAI simply saying, oh yeah, these are vulnerable individuals. We can't do much about that besides trying to avoid the issue with some guidelines. We're like, what the fuck are you talking about? You should take responsibility for that. It's your product. It's not ready. You're pushing out stuff that is not ready, that does not work. And also it's extremely stupid. ChatGPT is completely stupid. and sycophantic and all of that. Now I've got Gemini because it's part of my Google subscription, so I get 2 for 1. But I'm even considering unsubscribing from that because the free tier on Gemini or Claude does all that I need to do at work. At work, I even have Gemini as part of the Google Workspace suite. But like for my personal use, like the occasional coding project and such, I think the free tier is gonna do it pretty well anyway. So I don't think I'm gonna need to be subscribed to an AI. So yeah, and I'm using it less and less. I'm using it like as a learning tool sometimes to try and wrap my head around some concepts and do some research and such. And then I'll go off and do my own research. But I definitely have gone from neutral to sour. And I'm sometimes very vocal about AI being a pile of stinking bullshit. But that's it, and here we are today. So, yeah, speaking of which, I was over here. What I was doing? Oh yeah, well, anyway. Oh yeah, that I was thinking about my Godot learning journey there. So yeah, that's something that is was helpful to use Gemini for, but like again, don't use it that much anymore because it's a pain in the ass. But anyway, with that said, we can get started with our good friend. Actually, let me see. I want to do. How do I want to do this? I want to open this, okay, and yeah. So 20 games challenge. We're the 20 games challenge. Actually, I'll pin this because I will need it for the foreseeable future. And then Gemini, I'll pin too. But this one, this one I'm gonna have to put it in a separate window because you know, private chats. Okay. So 20 games challenge. Next game on the list is our beloved Jetpack Joyride. So, what is Jetpack Joyride? We're gonna watch a video of it just so we know what we're working with. But in case you don't know, it's where's this? Oh, this microslop. Okay, I'm gonna add a microslop add-on. What does it do? Replaces every mention of Microsoft. That's hilarious. Look at the ratings, 4.9 stars, 270 ratings. Hands down, the best thing I've seen this year. Yeah, beautiful. Status active, look at that. Amazing. What is that Windows 95 interface? Hello, how's it going? I am, Ahmad. You got here just in time. I was about to open Godot. So what are we gonna do today? Oh yeah, we've got Ahmad on Twitch, Panda. So if you open up anything with Microsoft, okay. Microsoft Windows. I already saw it, Microsoft. Welcome to Windows. Oh no, well the logo is an image, obviously, but about Windows. Let's see. Microsoft 365 Copilot. That is absolute art. I love that. Absolute cinema, not necessarily, but absolute art. I love it. Microsoft 365 Copilot. I love this. Please tell me there's like a big ass. I need to go on the Microsoft website. Yeah, there you go. I need to see a gigantic heading that says highlighting the women of Microsoft. Yes. There we go. Poor women. They don't deserve that. Microsoft 365 Copilot. Oh, that's amazing. Best extension ever. Best add-on I've ever. Oh my. This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, mate. Look at that. Oh, Microsoft. Microsoft Store trade-in program. Oh my god, this is beautiful. It's Poo Pilot add-on too soon. Yeah. We need the Poo Pilot add-on. We definitely need the Poo Pilot. We could make it, Panda. We could make it. I don't think anybody is calling it Poo Pilot. We need to make that extension. We'll be rich. Or actually, you need to make it because it's your idea. Oh my god, this is amazing. I love it. I'm gonna keep it on. I don't care. Might install it even at work now. Maybe that I wouldn't do because imagine being on a client call and a big fat microslop shows up. That's amazing. Oh look, microslop to microslop browser extension. Obviously it breaks this because this becomes a mess of nonsense. Hey, I made a browser extension that visually changes all mentions of microslop, or microslop to the respective microslop. I have it at work and I am a fucking Microsoft admin. Yeah, but do you have to share your screen on client calls periodically? If they ask why it's misspelled, just disregard it and say your browser's sometimes dyslexic. Is this link gonna work? Because it's actually replacing the Microsoft. Well, I don't think it replaces the H. I know. Okay. It doesn't replace the anchor. Yeah. Okay. This replaces the text for the anchor. I do. Okay. Well then, that's great. Now this is the problem with this is a little bit ambiguous. Is this a subreddit that's called Fuck Microsoft, or is it called Fuck Microsoft? Oh no, okay, it's Microsoft. All right, okay. Good stuff. Daily reminder that Microsoft hates you. I don't know what I'm reading anymore. I can trust what's written here, but it's great. Just renders the text again with a replace string. Yeah, that's great. That's great. I think that is absolutely amazing. Genius. Whoever did this is absolute genius. And Microsoft banning the word from their Discord, that was the biggest butthurt ever. What a moment. What a timeline to be in. Anyway. Okay, so what are we doing today? We are starting Jetpack Joyride. Obviously, we're not going to be able to finish it because it's a bit of a more complex game compared to Pong. And as you can see here, compared to Breakout, like Breakout is half star in complexity, 1 in scope. Jetpack Joyride already has 2 stars in scope, 1 in complexity. But the good news is I've done games like, well, not with the exact same logic and the exact same kind of design, but I've done games with the same complexity and scope as Jetpack Joyride for the past 2 years. With my jams, so it should be all right. And also, actually, I think my jam scope stops around. I'd say around here. Yeah, I think my experience in making games stops around here, like level 7 most likely. So I'm going to judge the final part of this challenge. I used to have all cosmetics unlocked in Jetpack Joyride. Was very into it in high school. My man, the problem is that I don't have the original Jetpack Joyride assets. I don't think they're available publicly, so I'm gonna have to use like other types of cosmetics. The problem is that like I'm planning to use this pack from Kenny. No, not that. Kenny and L done straight from his website. I've got the only one asset pack, by the way, so I've got all of them already. But is it the jumper? I think it's a jumper. Yeah, the jumper pack. This one here. This is cute. Like, you don't have a lot of options, you see. Like, you got a couple. And also I have to account for obstacles. Well, it could be alright, I guess. There's 110 files. These don't look like 110, so there might be like a background as well. But yeah, so I'm planning to use this one. And I think maybe the platformer pack. There's a couple of platformer packs, including the Star Jumper one. New platformer. Yeah, no, also platformer. Is it this one? You don't need to have same assets, just get the feeling right. Yeah. That is the intent. I can give my seal of approval then. Yeah. Good. Platformer art buildings. This is gonna be very helpful to do the background, for example. Instead of having a factory, we could have a background with the buildings, the platformer pack here. And I know how to set up tile sets in Godot, so I can just do tile sets. And in any case, they're not going to have collisions, so I'm not too worried about that. Which one is the new platformer pack? Is it this one? Platformer Art Extended? No, this is just enemies, is it? So platformer kit. Oh, this is the 3D one. I don't want a 3D one. New. Oh, that's new platformer. Okay, new platformer. New platformer pack. There you go. Yeah, okay, this could work. Yeah, this is the Star Jumper pack, isn't it? We could do a Star Jumper Joyride. That's not a bad idea. Star Jumper Joyride, and it's a spin-off of Star Jumper. You know what? This is not a bad idea. I might do it. I might do the platform. Star Jumper is tired of jumping. Well, I was gonna have to be flying then. Okay, great. Well then, okay, so this is the idea. We're gonna use these assets, but the main point is we're gonna have to check how Jetpack Joyride is made. So Jetpack Joyride is a side-scrolling, endless mobile game from 2011. It only requires a single input button to control the player. The game is fairly complex overall, though the basic premise is very simple. The game came from the same studio that made Fruit Ninja. The game features a character with a machine gun jetpack. When holding the input, the player will rise and destroy everything below. When the input is released, the character will fall. The character can run on the ground if they reach the bottom of the screen. This game has featured many power-ups and special game modes. The difficulty rating is for the main game mechanic with simple obstacles. If you want to add more to the game, it will be more difficult and take longer to complete. So the goal is create a game world with a floor. Very easy. The world will scroll from right to left endlessly. Now there's a couple of ways in which we could do this. One is we get send you over the Don Atlas. So thank you. There's a couple of ways we could do this. One is we get a parallax layer in the back and we set it to scroll endlessly. And we put a floor, an endless floor at the bottom using the word limit collider. And we handle the scroll with the tile set, with the parallax layer. The problem with the parallax layer is that we need it to be somewhat pre-rendered as far as I know. So we need it to be an illustration that has a specific size and whatnot. So I don't think that's going to work if we're going to have to use tile sets. So if we don't use the parallax layer, I'm going to have to come up with an endless scroll system, which is probably like grabbing whatever's on screen and then moving like in chunks. Grabbing what's behind you, moving it in chunks in front of you, and maybe randomize a few things a little bit. Somehow. So this is somewhat procedural generation ground, and I've never done procedural generation before. So this is going to be new ground for me. Then add a player character that falls when no input is held, but rises when the input is held. Easy. Add obstacles that move from right to left. Feel free to make more than one type of obstacles. Again, we could use pooling here. Obstacles can be placed in the world using a script, so the level can be truly endless. Obstacles should either be deleted or recycled when they leave the screen. I think we can recycle them, just best practice anyway. The score increases with distance. The goal is to beat your previous score. Well, distance, I think we can calculate it with delta time. It's a bit of a hack, but like the more time it passes that you don't die. Recycle for pooling practice, exactly. The more time passes that you don't die, then the more score you're going to have. So we're going to use a little bit of I think this is good grounds for a state machine, because we're going to have to keep track of game state. And I don't want to use booleans. Funny enough, I thought booleans were pretty clean in my first game, and then I discovered state machines, and I'm like, what the fuck was I doing before? Bullshit. The goal is to beat your previous score. Okay, we know that. The stretch goal is save the high score between play sessions. Aww. Interesting. We may have to write to file. And at some point, I'm sure, in one of these games, we're going to have to start handling save files. I've never done that before, so that's going to be an interesting challenge. But we can start here. Just with a simple leaderboard, maybe. Easy singleton. Yeah, but singleton between play sessions, like run the game once and then again. I don't know about that. Like the singleton gets deleted the moment you close the game. We need to actually save the high score to file. Maybe we have a top 3 leaderboard or something like that. Yeah, no, that don't work. It will work between, you know, runs. So if you lose, then you will have, you'll be able to store it somewhere. But we need to actually store it and then load it from memory at some point. The jetpack is a machine gun. Add bullet objects to spew from your character when the input is held. In the case of Star Jumper, they could be stars. Does Star Jumper have stars? Yes, it does. We could use stars. Pretty cute. And we randomize the scale and size with a little emitter. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be beautiful. So it has stars. Yeah, great. Particle effects are a fun game to add game juice. Mess around with some here, making explosions or sparks when things get destroyed. Okay, so this is... I'm already a little bit scared because there's a couple of things that I'm not quite sure how to do, like procedural generation and save files. Yeah, but the rest is doable. So once I figure out those things, we're going to be all right. Go Discord and download my packed pack. I'm not going to use assets right away, but I will import it. That's for sure. So I'm going to do it. Let's see. There you have the atlas ready. Amazing. Thank you, my friend. Did you have to pack it together? Like, what did you use to pack it together? Well, I know that that Kenny has like a launcher. Kenny has several files in the pack, but I was annoyed by it. I think Kenny has a launcher app that allows you to like download things in atlases, but I haven't tried to use it. So yeah, it's a bit more intuitive. So in order to, I think I remember how Jetpack Joyride is made, but that means we're gonna have to. Well, first of all, I'm gonna have to open Notion and move it to another screen just in case. Notion is going down the slop route. Trust me. Okay, so we got Pong. That is complete. If we go into the 20 games challenge, okay, no, that's fine. Phase 1. We've got. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Okay. No, we won't do that, and we'll do Jetpack Joyride in development. So we open this one. So, Jetpack Joyride. Oh, this is ugly. I have to adjust this layout at some point. So, we have to start again with our little to-do list. We'll do it in a second. Open any graphics tool, cut and paste and move, done. Yeah, okay, but like that takes you hours. Challenges both Jetpack Joyride and Flappy Bird. Yeah. But like, Jetpack Joyride is level 2. Flappy Bird is level 1. But I think Flappy Bird is easier because it has just the... Wait, if you ask me, they're essentially the same game. Well, Jetpack Joyride has... Yes, is an endless scroller, but it has more than obstacles. It's got the shop, as you said. It's got the bullet, the jetpack that is a machine gun that shoots. And it's got also a little bit of player movement. Because in Flappy Bird, I don't think you can move left to right. You can only jump up and down. I think. They're similar, but I do think that, like, yeah, Jetpack Joyride is a little bit more complex. Not complex. Its complexity is the same, but scope is slightly different. So yeah, you can move left to right, and you can't. I seem to remember you can. Maybe I'm confusing it with something else. Yeah, probably am. It's a one-button game as well. Oh, okay. I seem to remember you could move a little bit left to right, but within like some like a clamped limit, but apparently not. Okay, well, let's since I do not remember it that well, then clearly we go on here, and we have, besides AI slop and good on Man Prime here, we've got, and I don't know why I've got Marjorie from Game of Thrones. I haven't watched that show in ages, but anyway, Jetpack Joyride. Speed running in 4 hours. Okay. Oh, how I designed Jetpack Joyride. This would be cool. I think I'll watch it in my own time though. Unless you guys find it interesting. 20GC also says one button. Okay. All right. But I'm gonna watch it anyway. I'm gonna go watch some gameplay. I don't care about the tutorial. I need... Yeah, okay, this will do. So, we got the game. Let's put some audio. Ah, yeah, okay. So there's power-ups here, what I can see. We've got achievements too, but I don't think we'll implement those. It's fine. We've got coins to collect. I remember that. We've got the store and such. Yeah, see, I mean, compared to Flappy Bird, it's quite a lot more complex, this one. Well, besides the fact that it has varied, like, backgrounds, which I don't think we'll be able to make here. Spin token, okay. Yeah, it's got a bunch of different things here. Yeah, there's little scientists as well, which run around just a little bit. Really simple to do. So I'd say our main systems are scrolling background. I've seen it. Look, Mascot has cool videos. Oh, okay, I'll have to watch it. I saw an interview with Jonathan Blow. From the stand-up. Power-ups from the left, dangers from the right. Yeah. Power-ups from the left, dangers from the right. Pickups, like coins that increase your coin score. And some of them are worth more. You can see some gems here. So there's an economy here. There's like a piggy bank, but not implemented. Oh my god, look at that piggy bank. Amazing. And they also spawn in patterns. Now, I don't know how they spawn them in patterns. That's interesting. Like, I wouldn't know where to start with that, but I can think about it. I was thinking more of it in a sense how you control the character. I guess if you add rockets to Flappy Bird, it gets closer to JETPACK or JOYRIDE. Yeah. You know, how you control the character is pretty much the same, but wait a minute. Okay, I've got... Yeah, no, it is a one-button game. I don't see him moving at all, but... Okay, well, I mean... This is the game, pretty much. So we got the scrolling background. I've seen them all by now. I can tell you obstacles in JETPACK JOYRIDE are some kind of prefabs 100%. Ah, yeah, well, I mean, scenes. Yeah, for sure. Gotta make them scenes in Godot. I mean, Godot doesn't have the prefabs. This is the pre-made setups. Yeah, exactly. Do a couple of obstacles. I could even randomize what kind of obstacle it is, you know. But like, what obstacles are there? There's flying obstacles. There's mostly flying obstacles, rockets and whatnot that come to you. So actually, I could make two types of obstacles. I could use inheritance for this. I do a generic inheritance obstacle class, but I don't think I need it. Well, I might because of the hitbox and whatnot. It needs to have some sort of standardized behavior, but also I could do components for that. So we can do a custom resource. Everything is prefabbed in that game. That was a close call. Oh, that was a very close. Okay, so we have, so essentially what we got here, what we're working with is endless scrolling background, procedurally generated, I guess, to an extent. I don't know if we want to do different backgrounds, but we definitely need a floor and we need a background. But then the rest and the ceiling, obviously. But then the rest we're gonna be able to work out by ourselves. Then character controller is one button input. And then we want to have pickups for shop, but this is probably going to be deprioritized. I mean, it's one of those things that we'll do towards the end. Score based on distance covered, which is fine. And then we want obstacles. So for obstacles, we want rocket from right, floating obstacles, floating lasers or obstacles in any case. And then what do we want? All of the flavor, like the little scientists running around, like we do later, but And then we want... I mean, that's pretty much the game. Then we kind of want the shop. And that I will pull like in... yeah, maybe the shop, which needs pickups for shop. And then I think based on that, we want a leaderboard that preserves score. And what else we got? What else have we got? Leaderboard. Sorry. Leaderboard to preserve scores, shop pickups for shop. In polish, we want to make sound effects. We want to make particle effects. And as part of that, we also want to scientists, people on the ground. So it is already a bit of a more complex game, which is fine. In a way, I feel like this is going to be maybe easier than Frogger. No, sorry, Frogger is maybe going to be easier than this, but I might be wrong. Frogger has, you know, the levels are pretty much the same. They don't kind of change. You just have to get to the other side, as far as I know. And then you just increase difficulty. The difficulty, the challenge with Frogger is balancing it in a way that is fair. And spawning things in patterns, maybe on timers and whatnot. But like that, Frogger could become a mess of timers on Godot. It's not what I want to do. I think I need. Well, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to use timers after all. But we'll get there. Okay, so I think we can get started. So first thing we have to do, as usual, is set up our beloved Godot Progetto. We'll call it again 20 GC, and this is going to be a beautiful number 2 Jetpack Joyride. By the way, I could not compile the project because Windows doesn't accept hash symbols. No, I think there was something else. Oh yes, colons in file names, and rather than replacing it, decides that you cannot export the file whatsoever, which is also something that Godot might want to handle. But in fact, I could report it as a bug. Like if you have a semicolon in, you don't get the, if you have a semicolon in the game name, you're not going to be able to export it to a file, to an exe file. And Godot doesn't know. It tells you you don't have permissions to write in this folder, but doesn't tell you why. Maybe because it doesn't know, because Windows doesn't tell it. So that is maybe something that can be addressed by swapping colons with a simple regex might be able to do that. I hate regexes, but yeah. Anyway, so create that. Right. So what do we want to do? We want to start with the main scene, obviously. It's going to save as main. Oh, damn it. It's going to save as main. And this is going to be our main game. One screen. Again, forward plus, fat 3D banger incoming, I see. Yeah, I know, but okay. Switch to compatibility. Okay, so we got main. So what we have to do is we have to start with, I always like to start with a character, and I think a lot of people love to start with a character, so we will make our hero scene. Before we do that, I think we can, yeah, we can import the assets. It's not a big game, so we don't need to separate folders too granularly at this point. Not that. But from here, I'm gonna save that to, that's my other game, the Microjam game Winter that I did. If I put this one in downloads, image saved. Okay, so now if I go, now it's gonna open it over here. Of course it is. So if I move it over here, I'm going to downloads, and then actually I kind of have to move it here directly. Ah, damn it, I created the project in the wrong place. Wait a minute. Can I move it? Probably not. Yeah, no, I can't move it now. Okay, I have to close this and then move it again. Game dev. Go do. JETPACK JOYRIDE, we cut. Game challenge. And there's Pong there. Okay. Okay, having done that, then we can open that, and then inside assets, we grab the new platform pack, put it right in there. Now, Godot obviously is going to be very mad because I don't have the project anymore. Yep, but we'll import it from here, 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 here. Done. Okay, we got the assets here. That's nice. Very nice, beautiful tile map. Or Atlas. Sure. I think we can, it's fine. And right, so with that said, we want to make the hero already. So do you want to make that one, or do we want to actually, well, no, you know what, I'm gonna just worry about the main logic for now, and then I'll think about the assets, and I want to do one thing at a time. So as usual, our beautiful Godot icon is going to be our best friend right now. What we're going to do is scenes. No, not scenes. I think the right way to do it that I've seen is entities. Then inside here, you make the hero or the player. Folder colors, yes. Set folder color. For entities, I like yellow. And inside here, we will create a new scene and call it hero. ESCN. Okay, so we got our beautiful hero here. And we want to add an animated sprite 2D. We want to create some sprite frames. And we want to add our Godot icon for now. And we'll see. Oops. So, now, I know about this. But last time I did it, my entire calculations around the paddle in Pong and getting the size and whatnot went completely off rails. So I'm going to keep it centered. And I'm going to be happy about that. For this one. Then we've got the hero. Okay. So what we have to do is simply a little bit of input, don't we? Go for it. Okay. A little bit of input. So let's see if I remember right. So hero.gd. Yeah, I think we can keep the script in there too. That's fine. Hero.gd extends. Oh no, wait. It's supposed to be actually character body 2D. Use type character body 2D. There we go. And then we give it a collider. The collision shape 2D, but not like the shape itself. Oh, no, actually, for this one, the shape itself. Fine. And we're going to give it a capsule shape. We're already ready for that. Because it's going to be pretty much like that. Okay, so going into the script, we've got input now. So on ready, we're going to keep it for now, but then input. And actually, we'll see. We'll get to that. Because it can calculate if it's on floor. So there's that. You know what? I wanna make like a character controller from scratch myself this time. So move and slide. I think I have to call it there. And then the collisions I can handle in a different way. Send a signal when something is collided, and handle the collision in the collider instead of the player. which would lead to sloppy code, I think. So input, if event is input event key, then, oh yeah, we have to set up the input map. Jump, I fly, and we're gonna map it to the space bar, and maybe the mouse click, left mouse click, but that's not going to capture it if it is. But UI up is enough. Nah. I always like to make my own custom actions, so I will give my custom actions. I think it's just that. I don't think I have to do anything else. I think I have to just... Yeah, no, I don't think I have to do anything. All the rest can be done with control nodes and UI. So that's fine. If event.is action pressed fly. If it's space, you can use built-in actions. Yeah, I can. But I also don't want to. And is on floor. We have to check that. Velocity.y plus equals speed. Now, the problem is that we don't have access to delta here. Does that matter? I think we don't want to do that. I think what we want to do is move. No way. That's the thing I don't know how to handle here, because I do want to move it by delta time, but how do I do it? That's a very fair question. So let's go here. Go to use delta in input method. Damn, is it just me or is the stream lagging? Oh, is it lagging? Not for me. It says that it's excellent, that it's fine. Might be a problem with Twitch. Like the load, but it doesn't say that it's having any issues. Tell me if it keeps happening and I'll just kill Twitch in case. Yeah, for me it's not lagging either. Okay, might be your connection, Panda. Okay, I should put like everything that is possible into input event or in physics versus delta, which is called 60 times a second. I have a ton of keys that are never hit or only hit once in a game session. Okay, to toggle. Input lag is a problem for these keys, so I wonder about the performance. Even if there's only a tiny difference, I'm mostly curious. We'll stick to input for now. Since it's easy to change later in the game, but the problem will rise. FPS decrease. The cost of input checking will decrease. Okay, but like this doesn't answer my question. I guess I should do it in physics process and not input. Because then I can use delta. I don't want the action to run just once. This doesn't run every frame. Which is the problem that I think I was experiencing with Pong. So, Godot, how to use delta in input method. Let's see. Confusion about delta in physics process. I've seen both. You can do physics process. Yeah, that's what I was thinking to do. But use delta at all times to modify velocity, because then it happens on its own. Simply ask if input is action pressed. Yeah, okay. No, I know that. Like, is that the same as calling the input methods? I will find out. Okay, well then in that case, I will just do a physics process. And what I'll do is if input dot is action just pressed. I don't remember that. Just pressed. No, okay. This is when you press it on the frame, so it's action pressed. Fly. Then velocity dot y plus equals speed. Now, Someone was saying here. Someone was saying here. I was just reading it. Here. You should use delta at all times. Where is it? Okay, what I've managed to find out, you should use delta at all times except when modifying velocity because then it happens on its own. Okay, understandable. Well, if you do it this way, I think it happens on its own because this is the delta. But yeah, okay. You multiply with delta whenever changing a variable by some amount each frame. Velocity plus equals velocity to change speed. The delta needs delta if it's one of the process functions. Velocity does not need delta because it's just the value you're sending in the velocity to. You're not changing it by a value. Yeah. That's what I thought. So here. Yeah, you're changing it to that. You're not adding. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So velocity plus equals speed times delta. There we go. Now we don't have speed, but we will have it soon. So var, actually what you could do is write a function called handle input or whatever. I was getting there. Var. Oh yeah, export var first. Export var. Speed. Fly speed. And that's going to be a float, and we're going to give it, I don't know, like 10, 100 for now. And this is going to be fly speed instead. That's it. And then in the physics process, what we want to do is called move and slide. With that said, we might do that. But at the same time, if not on floor, which I want to learn more about. Floor? Oh, is on floor. Yeah, sorry. If not is on floor. No, if not is on floor, then velocity dot y minus equals, I think, gravity. Get gravity. I think it's this. I don't remember. I have to check the player controller. Move towards. No. Wait. I wanna see something. It's here. There are templates for the character body 2D. So character, and I want to learn to do it on my own, so I can, you know, recreate it over time and such. So if we attach a script, this, and we do basic movement, there we go. Okay, so velocity. Oh, get gravity times delta. Okay, I was getting there. Velocity get gravity times delta. Yeah, that's it. And then this one, pretty much, which is what I've done. Okay, good. And then the direction, but we don't need the direction because we're just moving one way, so that's fine. Okay, great. This one I will just have to delete for it clutters everything. So plus equals get gravity times delta. There we go. Oh, here we have to check and is on floor. Okay. Gravity and delta. Is on floor. Velocity. I think it's just velocity, is it? Ah, yeah. Okay. Might be that. Might be that. Okay. You apply gravity before input, I guess. Yeah. I was thinking about it. I guess I want to do that. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah. Okay. And then, I mean, I could abstract this little function, but it feels overkill for 2 lines. Oh, you can also fly mid-air. Ah, that is true. Okay, so you don't need to be on floor. Yeah, so at any point that is fine and you can just do it. So that should already apply some gravity to our beautiful hero. Let's see. Yeah. But it's... sorry. It's not applying velocity though. and why would that be? If it was this is the right action, isn't it? Fly, base, yeah. Go to project settings. Yeah, I went there. Might be a matter of gravity, you know, but check normal gravity settings. Well, actually, I think a better way to do this is go in here, grab a world limit. It's a rigid. No, it's a static body 2D, and not the physics material, collision shape. This has to be a word boundary shape. We put over here, right? So that's, well, actually over here, because I saw that, yeah, JETPACK JOYRIDE has a floor slightly slanted because of the perspective. And then we simply drop our here and here, and then we'll see what happens. See? Okay. Nothing happening in terms of vertical movement. Velocity dot y, fly speed times delta. What if I make this like an absurd, gigantic number? Because in that case, then there's something wrong with the input. Yeah. Okay, so the input isn't working. I don't think this is the right thing. I mean, normal gravity settings are the basic ones, but I don't think that's gonna give me much. That's 980 pixels per second with default gravity vector being 1. So that's fine. That's exactly what I want. It's not a top-down game. But what I need to do now is make sure that it flies. Now, is it maybe that I need to set it like this instead of adding? Yep. Yep, that was it. So if I now do this, no, actually, wait, it's slamming it to the floor. It's not that. Maybe it's a minus. I don't think so though. I'm improvising here clearly. Okay, it might be minus. Actually, I think it is minus because we're going up. So this is a absurd number, but if we go this now, barely moving. Okay, fair. Okay, yeah, we got it. Nice. Very floaty. But I think it's fine. I don't think I want to apply some downward force at this point. I think we'll be alright. Y is up. Yeah. Yes, indeed. So we got the gravity, we got that. Great. 5,000 may be a little bit too much. So we'll do like 1,000 and... Well, actually, I don't even need to do this because I've got the hero over here. So we're going to the inspector. It's got the... Yeah, we got the fly speed. We do that. Oh yeah, we also have to do something now, but we'll see. Oh, what a struggle, mate. 2,500. Okay, a little better now. Maybe a little bit too floaty. I think we kind of want to add a bit of a multiplier. Falling speed. Float. I don't know, 100. We'll multiply it by falling speed. I can embed the game window, by the way. Embed the game window? Easy to interact with the inspector. I was thinking about keeping it always on top, but tell me more. Do it this way? No. Can no. Probably from the editor settings, is that right? Oh, press play. Okay. Last button. Oh. Oh. It says it's embedded. Make game workspace floating on next play. Maybe not. We'll do it this way. Aha. Okay. Oh, cool. Oh, I didn't know. That's good. Cool stuff. Okay. Right. So if we go here, it resets. That goes pretty fast now. A little bit too much. I think the yeah, because we're multiplying gravity. So let's do like 0.5. Oh, no, actually, now what? I'm an idiot. 1.2, maybe a slightly more gravity. Okay, that seems all right. It's a little better now. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. This is kind of the feel that I wanted. A little bit faster to fall than it is to rise, and it's got some resistance to go up, and spends less time at the peak of the jump to float. Okay, that's good feeling. Good. Also, this hero is absolutely massive. We don't want it this big. We just want the. That's what she said. But we're gonna scale it like that. Maybe about 0.4, and then the collision shape is gonna have to follow. Okay. Are we going to the game? Oh, look at me, so tiny, so cute. Yeah, okay. We're more in like. Use the Kenny alien, I guess. Yeah, I could. I mean, while I'm there, at least I'll do that. So sprite frame, assets. I have to break up the sprite sheet. Okay, so do you know the specs? I have to do it by eye, I suppose. 18 by 10 seems no by 11. Yeah, looks 18 by 11. Although some of them are smaller, but all right. But it was 128 by 128 or anything. No, it's double that. Yeah, it's okay. Well, I mean, technically, in that case, it should be perfectly square. Well, what does that mean? Yeah, it means this. It's not perfectly square. What am I? Oh no! Wait a minute. Have I touched anything that I shouldn't have touched? Oh, it's not square. Okay, no, never mind then. It'll be a little fiddly then, but that's okay. I mean, I've had to deal with sprite sheets before. It's fine. The only thing is, like, on a quadrant like that, when I need these items, I'm gonna have to splice them differently. But for now, it's fine. Like, for the alien, it's okay. So what color do we choose for the alien? Your star jumper was green, so which one do we want? This yellow one. This yellow guy seems very cute. Might do him instead. Look at a 256, but the rest is 128. Yeah. I also want this little guy to have a little jetpack, which we might get from the other pack, but we'll get there at some point. Yeah, I don't see anything here that I can use as a jetpack. Like, well, I mean, this torch, if I put it upside down, this could be pretty cool. Looks like a torch. Yeah, you know what? Actually, is that a torch or is that a... I guess it could be seen as a jetpack. I don't see why not. Yeah, go with the yellow guy. Yeah, let's go with the yellow guy. It's Star Jumper's cousin. So, this is the climbing animation. Oh, I'm gonna have to see them all, won't I? Okay. So, where's our boy? There he is. Look at him, so cute. So, okay. So, I don't need these two because this is climbing. I think this is the jump. Yeah, it looks like the jump. A little preparation, little jumping preparation. Or is this the running animation? Don't quite know. 5 is jump. 5 is jump. Oh, it's just one frame jump. Okay. So I suppose these are... Okay, so I'm going to make another one. Call it jumping. Jump. And I think there's also death. I can see. Well, there's damage at least. It seems to be damage. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, I don't think I can do this, can I? Nope. Not possible. Okay. So, this is the... So the jump is, you say, number 5. So we're going to have to do it again. This. Yeah, it's okay. It's cute enough. Then the... Can remove that. So let me see. Okay, I think this is the... This is standing still, which we'll never have ever. This is cute. I think this prepares the jump. This could work. I don't know if this is... We want that little intermediate frame there that just... Here it looks like it's men spreading. It looks like a run, I suppose. This looks more like a walk. No, but I like this one. This one is more fast-paced. Okay, then for the jump, I think this one here, where he's just on the ground, looks like he's preparing to jump. I think this is actually the jump. I'll be honest. I'll import all of these and we'll see. Why is there 2? Is it holding the last frame a little bit? Oh, there's 2 frames. Okay, my bad. Yeah, like if you see him moving, like... Yeah, I think there's something there. Yeah, I think this can be the jump animation. Don't overthink this now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. Also, it's very round, so I think we can keep it this way a little bit. Maybe a little bit more permissive. Okay. This little guy's over here, and this one is... I have to move it slightly off center. Okay, like that. For now, it's all right. So if we go back here, in game, we load. Oh my god, is the cutest. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. The player's boxes are always smaller than they should be. Yeah. It's good practice, so it doesn't get frustrating. Right, so with that said, I think... well, there's a couple of ways we could do this. My preferred way of doing this is... enum states or state running, jumping, dead, something like that. I think that's it for now. The idle. I'll put idle just because I'm gonna need to lock the controls at some point. This is my preferred way of doing this, and then inside the physics process, I check what state it is. Now the problem is with that is that basically I'm using a match case to check with every frame what state it is instead of using signals. I don't think it's too bad for now. Then maybe we'll clean it up later, but for now it's fine. It's gonna make it work. And then we have to set a current state variable to say idle. State.idle. Ah, yeah. Okay. Current state.idle. So at this point, what happens is, we also can do it this. We also can do this. Wait, var previous state equals null, and what we do is set new state, current previous state equals current state, and then we do current state equals new state. This way we have a way to keep track of what our previous state is. Actually, I haven't done this in a long time, but this makes sense. Because I always need to know what the previous state was. Well, not always, but in some cases I will need to know what the previous state was. So I have a, oh, clap, clap. Oh, thank you. So that should cover good things. So now when we set the current state here, we say current state equals state dot jumping. Means the classifier in the var for the states. Classifier in the var for the states. Yeah. What? Oh, yeah. It has to be like a state. But this one can't be null if I assign it a type. I just have to not declare it. So yeah. But great. So on ready, what we want to do is if ism floor. Okay, so we've got this actually. If ism floor. Oh, wait. The first thing that we want to check is, well, after we do the gravity, we want to make sure that we're playing the animation. So if ism floor, then we are touching the floor. So we are running. So what we want to do is, what is the name of the animations? Let me see. Sprite frames, default. Oh, yeah, let's call it run. If ism floor, then we need a reference to the animated sprite 2D. There we go. And we do animated sprite 2D dot animation dot. No, I think it's dot play, and we give it the name run. But we first have to check if not animated sprite 2D dot playing, I think is playing. Yeah, is playing. This way we don't risk looping the animation. That's what you do. Two functions, handle input and handle animations. Yeah, absolutely. But then I call handle animations like 1,000 times, like in different places. Which is fine. I can do it like func handle animations. State. I could pass in the state when I handle the animation. And then that one handles everything. So match state. If it is state dot running, then what we do is this. So if we are on the floor, then we do this logic. Otherwise, if it's state dot jumping or flying, I have to be consistent because otherwise flying. We'll rename this to flying. If it's state dot flying, It shouldn't be on floor. But we check anyway. If not, is on floor. Then, if not, no, we interrupt whatever animation we're doing. And then, oh no, wait though. We'll try. We'll try. Anyway, if not animated sprite 2D dot is. Oh wait, if animated, no, that's not gonna work. If not, because I was thinking I could stop it if it's playing, but that's gonna stop it every frame, so it's not gonna play anyway. No, you do animations based on the states. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. So if isn't floor, if not isn't floor, then animated sprite 2D dot is playing. Animated sprite 2D dot play. Run. No. Fly. Flying. Okay, so that's fine. And yeah, no, I don't think I need that. I think I can do match current state. I don't think I need to save to pass it there. I can just check it anyway. So handle animations and then handle inputs. And what we're gonna do is but in any case, I can reduce the amount of indentation here like this. And animation playing, then we indent one level down. And same thing here. Yeah. That was I was handling to I was planning to do that. Yeah, passing in the delta so I can still use it. There. Okay, that should handle the animations for now. State riding, shape flying. Okay, that's right. We're handling the animations like that. Then, and oh my god, I can't type today. Handle inputs. Handle inputs. Delta, which is a float, I believe. And this one also needs to return void. Then we do that. There we go. Passing in the delta. And this should work like a charm. So we now try again. We have a bug. Let's see. What does the error say? There is no animation with name fly. What? What are you talking about? Ah, yeah, well. Exactly. Fly. Great. Ah! Whoops. Sorry, little hero. Okay, that didn't quite work. Ah, yeah, wait. Because I'm not changing the state. Give me a moment. So if not isn't floor. Okay. But if at any point if is on floor at any point, we change current state to state dot running. Whereas yeah, that one we already do. So okay, that's fine. Try that. Well, the running animation works. When not on floor, you're flying. Yeah. When not on floor, I'm flying. If not is on floor. Yeah, if not is on floor and the animated sprite 2D is not playing, then you should play the fly animation. And state of flying, which is what it is, and we are changing it. This is work. This logic is running. but not playing the animation for some reason. Let me get rid of this. Just to test. I always have these problems with like animation sequencing and whatnot. Oh, for the love of God. You know what? Select main. We won't have any issues anymore. Okay. Fair, but oh yeah, this one shouldn't loop, by the way. There's also one thing that I shouldn't necessarily do. So flight does not loop. Run, well, death does not loop, but run does. So okay. Okay. Eh. Yeah, see, this is where it would be handy to have a an enter method. Your apply gravity changes the state. Well, that's when I'm falling. That's when I'm falling. Here you say? Ah, yeah, well, okay. I could also do that. It's technically falling, but alright. So that is a little cleaner. But so it works. It switches state very well, but thing is that it tries to play the animation more than once because it's checking. Okay, so I am flying, so I should play the animation. Well, logically, and it does that every frame. So I need some sort of like one-off check. Which I could do in a bunch of ways. I could do it with... See, this is, for example, where an enter method for the state machine would be really, really useful. I think we can check for last played animation. Oh. I can? Let me see. Enter the frame progress, frame of the speed scale sprite frame methods is playing pause, play backwards, set frame in progress, stop. Set animation, autoplay. Well, I could, no way. Entered, flip H, flip V, frame. In progress, offset, speed scale, right frames now. Get playing speed is playing, pause, play backwards, set frame and progress, stop. Well, technically, I should stop it. I mean, I could have a transition state, you know? I could do this. I could do this. Jumping. Which is like a transition state. Which is kind of having like an enter function. A transition state. When we do this, we play... we do state dot jumping. We do that. Oh, damn it. Oh, shish. And we pass this one for now because I've got a plan for that, but we'll get to that. And then when we do that, actually, instead of changing it when we're applying gravity, well, this one, yeah, we'll do that. But first thing we do is current state equals state dot jumping. See what I mean? So basically, when we hit the fly button, we jump. We enter the transition state, which tells the handle animation to play this animation, and then we enter into flying state. But We could also do... No. Okay. So, ism floor. I could do it like the dirty way, which is I put a timer here somewhere and then we switch it. But like I don't think this is gonna work. But let's see. Oops. All right. Yeah, well, obviously, but yeah, no. See, it's not quite working. Okay, so we are already in a bit of a predicament, but I know that I've done this before. I just don't remember how, and I don't want to do it with weird booleans. Because I could do it with a boolean. I could be like, okay, if we're flying, then I check a boolean. Animation played, yes. Then play it, otherwise no, and then I reset it. But that's... So let me have a think about this. So we are, what we're doing is we want to play flying animation once. So, and we want to do it when we hit this button. But we can hit this button continuously. Be right back. Yeah, no problem. We can hit this button continuously. So this is the one most reliable way in which we can play the animation. So this is not like here. Or actually, it's super late. Yeah, no. If you want to go, don't worry. I'll handle this. Yeah, much love. No worries. Hope you enjoyed it. And next time I might have an actual level. I think I'll keep going for about another hour or so. See where I get to, and then we will go from there. But yeah. All right. So got the flying animation here, which we want to play. What's the last game where I did a implemented jump? Oh my god, it must have been Broken Dawn, which means this script will be an absolute mess. Let me see. Good god. Okay. Oh my god. All right. Let's see. If not, is on floor. Action. If run suffix. Okay. Move state normal. Move state roll. No. Normal. Okay. Where's the jump? Jump. Move state. Current move state. Change move state. Move state normal. Lives in floor. And run. Okay, well, alright. Well, this was an interesting way to do it, actually, with absolute velocity.x. Plus animated plate jump. Oh. Nah, this is not it. This is not it. Okay, well, I guess we need a way to... Okay. Not Gemini. Google first. Go to play animation once. I turned it off. It most probably got seconds. Not maybe try to turn it off. You go to the screen where the animation says, assume their name is. Yeah, okay. Ah, okay. Oh, I can check the current animation. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, then in that case, that solves the problem pretty easily. So, and animated right to D. Oh no, wait, but that's with an animation player. Current doesn't have the current animation variable. Now I don't want to use the animation player. Damn it! I hate that. It's too clunky. Go to play animation once. Jump. Someone must have seen. Only play once using animation player. No, not animation player. Jump animation only play for one frame. Play animation only once. Running a script every physics frame to check if the player is looking at an object. I want to display it HUD now. Yeah, he's looking, whatever. Yeah, that kind of works, but it's not what I'm. Hmm. You have to set the signal when the animation is done. Connect animation. No, that still doesn't work. I mean, this is not the. This is not the cleanest, but you know what? If not isn't floor. Okay, well I'm gonna have to do it with a boolean, I suppose. So let's do that. Var is jumping equals false. So oh yeah, it has to be a boolean. If isn't floor and not is jumping, then state flying, okay. Is jumping equals true. So it doesn't happen again on the next frame. And when, as soon as we hit the floor, is jumping was false. That should handle it. Whee! Yeah, that worked. But the animation doesn't quite work with this. So I will delete this frame. Still slow, still too slow. But I think I will just do the single frame one. Yeah, that's all right. That's okay. Look at that. Look at that cutie. Although I might do at least one extra frame. Okay, I broke it. Okay. What if I do this? But if I double it or I triple it, yeah, there's a little bit of a transition. I don't mind that. But also, equally, that means I could do it with all 4 frames. Nah. I think this one I can remove. Okay. Well, all right. We've got the player. Good. So now we can't really move the player, the hero. So I think this is good. And then we're probably going to do the same thing, which is static body to D floor limit. Then we copy that and we do ceiling. Right? With that, rotate it. No. We make a new boundary shape. Rotate that. Following the grid, maybe. If it's not too much to ask. That's not following any grid whatsoever. Okay, good. Same here. Well, this one is already aligned to the grid pretty much. So that means we now have a ceiling and a floor. That is good. So if we do that, we could actually bring the ceiling a little lower, like that. Yeah, like that. Yeah. Okay, beautiful. Now, what do we need? We need a camera, I think. Methinks we need a camera. Camera 2D. Camera 2D, which is fully centered over here. And same for the, I mean, we never set the window dimensions, did we? 100, 600 by 800. Close. That was the camera 2D. It has to move like that. No, but actually no, because the 10 by 600, it doesn't quite work, does it? Okay. That's fine, that's fine. Do it again. Yeah, this is more like, it's 16 by 9 is more like a mobile screen, so that's all right. What we're trying to mimic here. Right, so we have done the character controller with 1 button input. I think the character controller is ready. It's that one. It's very much that one. What we could do is add the little jetpack, which is going to be another animated sprite. And we're going to call this hero sprite, and we're going to call this jetpack sprite. And the hero sprite then is going to have to be referenced like this. And then the jetpack sprite is going to have to be referenced like this. And once we do that, we just need some sprite frames for the jetpack sprite as well. And idle, that's when we are running. And now, going back here, we actually need to divide it properly. So this seems okay. 18 by 22. That feels right. Then we kind of need to divide it horizontally as well. Getting there. There we go. 33 by 22. Very strange dimensions. Well, it's not exact. Not exactly that. Just slightly concerning if you ask me, but like, this is 34 by 33 by 23, maybe? Well, 22 seems to be pretty okay for most things. These items, they don't quite match. Oh, now they do. Okay, perfect. Got the offset perfectly. 36 by 22. Ah, yeah, well, that makes a whole lot of sense. So, I'm going to do this. This is going to be for idle. And then for this, I'm gonna add a new one. Fly. Actually, we're gonna call this run. Fly. And then fly. This is these 3 frames, but what we need to do is actually reverse it. Rotate it. Because yeah, basically have to rotate it. There we go. And we also want to move it a little bit. We want to move it over here. I want to make it not on top of the player. I want to be behind the player. There you go. And also it can be much smaller. It doesn't need to be that big. It can be a lot smaller. Maybe 0.4 or something. We attach it to the beloved player. Like that. There you go. Look at how cute that is. Okay, so the player is going to run with that. And very simply, we make sure that when we are running, the jetpack sprite plays the run animation. And when we're not, jetpack sprite play the fly animation, which is supposed to loop. So we should be all right. So let's test it right away. Look at that. Look how beautiful that is. That is so cute. I absolutely love it. It's the best thing ever. Look at my jetpack. Look at my jetpack. But there's that little... There's that very, very little frame here, number 0. I do not want. Very cute, very cute, very cute indeed. Look! Oh, look, it's burning! Ah, that's adorable. Look at that. Love it. We got the jetpack. Okay. Now one thing that worries me very much is this. This comes from the Atlas. I have to. I can't crop it, unfortunately. So I'm going to have to wait. Can I? Nah, that one's not going to do any offset. I can, however, re-import these two and try to make sure that they're not touching, not bringing in anything weird from this side, what they are currently doing. So I might be able to offset by 1 pixel. That doesn't help anybody, does it? We can. Damn it. I probably have to keep that. I will probably have to keep that. It's annoying though. Frame, feed scale, flip H. Nah, that doesn't. Well, okay, solved. I just flipped the sprite horizontally. Who cares? You didn't have to look at that. Oh no, okay. It's also on the right, on the left side. All right, whatever. Okay, but we have the working animations anyway. We got the lovely little jetpack. Animated sprite with jetpack, and we've done that. Right, so I think before we finish, we can definitely handle the endless scrolling background and the score based on distance covered. So let's see. Let's stop that because we don't need it. And move that one like a little bit over there. Maybe not quite center, like 3/4 of the way in. Yeah, that seems all right. And now, how do we do that? So Godot procedural background. Procedurally generated space background. We're gonna have to find out. Making a 2D game no starts and the player is moving. I don't want to make a repeatable background because I have no time for it. I have no idea. Okay, well. 2D parallax. Okay. They say parallax. Parallax node to achieve this effect. It can still render several layers of stepped cellular noise gotten from. Okay, well, that's one thing. We'll find something for seamless space background. Nah. Oh yeah, infinite scrolling background.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to another video.
Find out. Let's find out.
Journey.
My game dev journey.
The long-term goal of this playlist is going to be ultimately to create the game you see in front of you. This
I get the logic for it,
but we will have a playable character with animations such as a double jump here, fall, walk, run. You'll be able to wall slide. Is go
setup. Yeah, this goes into the setup.
A 64 by
okay, scripting. That's what I need. That's what I care about.
Is fine. We'll click create, and the texture rec tiles starting.
Yeah. Okay.
To
start. Okay.
The background dot position dot x.
All right.
And the same for y. So set.
Okay. So we're storing the position first, which is something I was thinking about anyway.
The background dot position dot y. So now we know where the initial position of the x and y of the tile was. Now let's create a function to move the tiles. Okay, so let's go ahead and type.
You would move them based on delta, so you would add to the global position, I think, based on delta on a definite speed, but you also want it to repeat, so how the hell is it going to do that?
Position. We'll call this in the process function.
Yeah,
so
repeatedly. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The process function you call it, and
will equal start x.
If background of position dot x equals start x minus 64, then the background of position dot x becomes start x. Yeah, okay, but this way you're swapping it. You're swapping the end at the beginning.
X do is actually call the tile to make it move. Call the move tiles function to make it move. So we can go in here and we can, and there we've got the moving tiles, infinitely scrolling tiles using. This is happening to every single tile.
Because it's using a tile. It's he's animating tiles. This is an effect, but
you're gonna see a different background. Textures in the texture property, and when we run the game, we're going to see it.
Wait a minute, something's not clear. Is it?
We should back and want tile to make it move.
Wait a minute.
Let's go ahead and take this brown one and drag it in there and release. And there we have it. It is a 64 by 64.
Oh, because I know what he's doing.
With a pattern on it. And what
it's a stretch mode, the expand mode. Look at that.
Change the stretch mode from scale to
tile. So yeah. Okay. Well, that makes sense. So you keep moving it, so the tile keeps repeating and such. That's not quite what I'm trying to do. You know what? I'm gonna try it anyway. I'm gonna try it my way. I think I need to use tile map here, tile set, or whatever. So levels, and we're gonna put that one in there just because. UI. So I'm gonna do that, and we're gonna put it in there. We got the hero. All right. So what we want to do is resources, because we're gonna probably need some, and then create new folder tile set. That's where we put the tile set resource. And then we do create the tile map layer. Now, tile map layer is exactly what we need to do. What we need, like, first tile. No, we do a node 2D just as a container. We do like the tile set. No, tile map layers. Put it that way. Put it that in there. We do this one to be the background, and we duplicate it to be the floor. Then now that we're here, we create a new tile set. We go in here, and then what happens here is we have to import the atlas. So this is gonna be fun. So yeah, did he do it? I asked him to create the things automatic. Oh, it's doing it. I think he's doing it very well though. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We lost Godot. Damn it. We lost the Godot. Okay. I'm gonna close it then. Close the program. Yeah, we're back. How did this guy make this one green? Anyway, it's alright. Jetpack Joyride. It's going well, this game, guys. We've done some progress. I am happy with what we're doing now here. Oh god, we have to do it again. Tile map layer. Node 2D. We call it like the tile map. Put the tile map layer here. This is going to be the floor, and this is going to be the background. That's fine. So then now we got the floor in the background. That's all right. And again, we have to save the project. We have to create a tile set. Atlas assets that. No, I don't want to create anything. I'm gonna do it. Holy moly pepperoni! That's a lot of squares, a lot of grids. That's not what I was thinking of doing. So texture region is 32 by 32. Oh, yeah, that makes it a little bit more manageable, doesn't it? But that's still not quite right. 64 by 64. Okay. We're getting there. It's starting to become a little easier. And in fact, it does look like we can grab them. So it's double that. It's 64 by 64. No, it's 128 by 128. There we go. We got full squares now. Beautiful stuff. So now what we want to do is... Oh no, actually, this is not the tile set that I wanted. I think it's time to bring in Kenny's other tile set, which is... game dev, resources, Kenny, all in one pack. Is it the platformer? One bit? No, not one bit platformer. I can find it. We had it here somewhere. New platformer pack. Okay. I wanted the building ones. So the building, new platformer. Platformer are buildings. There we go. This is the one. I think we can create some cute buildings with this. Buildings, art requests, and whatnot. Mushrooms. Medieval. A scribble platformer. That would actually be really cute to prototype in. Pixel platformer, which is kind of like same style as this, but simplified platformer, jumper pack. Jumper pack doesn't. Jumper pack might give us some stuff, but for the most part, okay. Art buildings, platformer art buildings, 2D assets. Platformer assets buildings. Here we go. Sprite sheet. We even got a sprite sheet here, mate. That's great. There we go. And we actually go in here into the assets. We delete this because we don't need it at the moment. And we add this sprite sheet. I will not do that. And now we have to find the... have to find the right dimensions, don't we? So this asset here, the sprite sheet, is 700 by 700. So we do have squares, but not sure divided how. I would assume. Yeah, this is... I would assume this is... Now, come on. Not the tile I want to do. Okay. So, let's start adding 128 by 128. Would that maybe solve it? No. Not quite. Not quite. I think it's half that. 64 by possibly 64. Oh, what is spreadsheet.xml? Oh, it's got information on the spreadsheet. Okay. 70 by 70. Ah, great. That's very good to know. 70 by 70. Woo, nice. Would have taken us a while to get there. Okay, but we've got 70 by 70 tiles now. That is amazing. Now, the only problem is I have no idea how these are supposed to go together. There's an example scene, I'm sure. All the various PNGs and such. Vector. Platform and building vector. Okay. Ah, yeah, they're in vector style. Okay, the preview. Ah, is like that. No, okay. I need the sample, not the preview. The sample is like this. Which means... Alright. Goes together with Platform Art Deluxe. Okay, great. So it goes well with our thing that we're trying to do. Let's see. Well, obviously these are all tiles. We have to select them this way. The texture region is over there, but we don't really care about that right now. These might be good actually to have all of them. Like, I don't see a problem with adding all of these. There's a lot of also corners, like weird corners and such. Yeah, no, I think this whole sprite sheet is full of stuff. Okay, so we'll just add the whole thing. This is for the entire background. Mind. So this being the entire background, then we can start painting, really, because I don't think we need to do any... Well, I mean, we could do it the proper way, which is in the tile set, then we add a terrain set. Match corners and sides, yeah. Terrain, okay, and then it's going to be walls, which is the only thing that we really need to match in any way. And if I look at the sample scene again, what have we got here? Okay, there's some of that, I guess, but like... Alright, yeah, we'll put it there and we'll see. But in the meantime, walls, we put it like in a very nice and bright yellow color here. So, Quipscore, in case you're there listening, this is how you, in Godot, you make sure that tiles match. So that you don't have to pair them manually and paint them manually and whatnot. So it's magic, basically. I love it. And what I have to do now is just, like, on all of these, I need to paint the terrain set to 0, which is this one, and it's walls. Now here, what I have to do is basically add them to the terrain. So these are all part of the terrain set 0. All of them, all of these guys. And I don't think there's anything here that I need to care about, but all right. The props I'll do separately maybe, but this is also a wall. That's also a wall that I can see. That's a wall. That is definitely a wall. That is indeed a wall. Wall. Don't need the props here. The props we're gonna leave where they are. But these are like all wall corners, as I'm gonna include them. I'm sure. Oh no, damn it! Wait. Dang it! I have to do that. Oh, that's all right. How do I remove it? I think I can. Rain 0. 0. Oh yeah, no, I delete and delete. Yeah, okay, we'll redo it. There we go. Then from the here in the terrain set, we've got, yeah, okay, these are the correct ones. Perfect. Then if I remember right, then these are not patterns. When we go into the tile map, which is here, then we go to terrain here. Now the thing is, for the terrain, I do not remember. There's a way to set them up so that I can. Oh yeah, no, here. Okay. Fine. Wow, the problem is that it thinks it's like actually huge. Not what I wanted to do, because then now when we're painting the terrain set, oh my god, this is gonna be painful. No. Wait a moment. So z index texture origin. Texture origin. Yeah, no, that's not working. I have to do 0 and 0. No. This is not it. I need to add margins, maybe? What happens if I add margins? No, that doesn't do anything. Separation, texture region, 70 pixels by 70 pixels. What if I do 140 by 140? Oh, it's getting smaller and smaller. Okay, so 35 by 35, is that potentially a little better? It is potentially a little better. So what's half of that? So this makes sense. Like, that is the texture region, the texture origin, but texture region size 70 by 70, which is this. And the center is there. Okay, wait. Godot texture region size too small. How to resize a texture rect correctly in container? No. Resize tile in tile map. Let's see. I'm gonna it is part of the to define the cell size, but selecting your tile map node is funny. Oh, that's true. I forgot about that. Tile size is 70 by 70. Yes, now we're good. Okay. I forgot about that. I had to put the tile size there. But that means I can do 35 by 35 and put it. No, not what I want to do. 35 by 35. Yeah, that's a little better. The texture origin, which is a little bit more centered. Great. So now we can go into the terrains, into the walls, and we can actually paint the walls. So the way this works, Quipscore, if you're still listening, or whoever's listening right now, this little square here, the texture origin, I'm pretty sure Unity must have something similar. But this little square here is the texture origin, and I can paint in which directions this can be connected. So like, this one is a left wall, So it can only connect up, like kind of like this. You know what I mean? And this one probably this way. This one seems to be like a bottom point of the house. It can still connect there, but then this one can only connect this way. And then this one can only connect this way, like, well, like this. This one can probably connect, oh, no. This one can probably connect on all 4 sizes. 4 sizes like this, I think. Same for this. This one can connect like that. This one can connect on all 4 sizes. Same for this. Can be randomized somehow. Now this one though can connect only like this. This one, I think I can connect it like this. All 4 sizes too, actually. I think this is the bottom. Now that I look at it a little better. So it's probably like that. That is the bottom. That is connect like that. That is the bottom. That is the bottom. No, that is the bottom like that. That connects like this. Connects like this. If I've done things right, because it's always confusing here. So I know how this works in principle. But it's always confusing because there's a bunch of things that you have to kind of keep in mind with this, and I never quite got the right direction to do it. Maybe I should watch a proper tutorial. But essentially what I'm trying to tell this texture is that it can only wait a minute. I think I can do something really smart here. Yeah, and this one can connect like this, but not like that. Connect to anything at the bottom. This one is all 4 directions, all 4 directions. And this one is the line. This one is also the line. And I think what I can do is that. So this should technically create stuff, but not like at the center. So that it's a little strange. I will be honest. It's not the easiest and most intuitive thing to understand. But basically, it gives you the direction in which the texture is supposed to connect with other text with other tiles. So for example, in this case, this one can only connect on the right side, and this one only on the left side. And this one can indeed connect on these sides instead. Be those 2. And then I can do this one too. This one only on the right side, this one on the left side, and cross that, right, center, cross, left, center, right, left, right. I think this is ready. Oh, no, wait. Okay. I think this is ready now. We've got the walls. So all of this set up to do to make it so that when I go into the tile map now and I select this terrain, the walls, if I try to paint walls, it's a bit of a mess because the grid is not correctly set. So I'm gonna have to do it like that, 70 and 70. Okay, and then I'll put over here. Well, the concept is there. Success! The concept is there, but you see, some of it works. The problem is that obviously it doesn't know, like I should have done different tiles for different sets of walls, because now it's trying to pair them. I don't like... Yeah, see what it's trying to do. Like, it's trying to pair walls together according to a criteria that I've created. But obviously it's failing miserably because like there's like it's not set up the right way. So let me try and see if I can fix it. Because now the thing is, yeah, there you go. This should help a little bit. Now the problem is it doesn't help that. First of all, let's do it this way. So terrain set 1 will do bright walls. And we will add an element that is maybe like, we'll make it blue. Yeah. And we add 1 and we call it gray walls. This one we give it like a nice yellow color. Then we got another one and we call it brown walls. And this one is brown, but we make it, I don't know, something that contrasts brown. This one, blue. We can, oh no, wait, bright. We might want to change that one. That one we do this one maybe. Okay. So now that means basically I have to repaint this, but we're going to the gray walls. This is the dark gray walls, and we can do that. We can try that at least. Uh-huh. 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 That. All of that. All of that. All of that. Okay. That's one. Then we move into the brown walls, and we do them this way. You know, the rules that I'm setting, they kind of work because this one was trying to connect with a wall that was ending on the left side. Now, the problem is, I don't think these corners are actually, I need to look at the sample scene again. Let me see. Ah, no, the roofs. They are roofs. They're not walls. Okay. So I have to remove this actually. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, roofs. Okay. These are roofs. I don't need these. For now, we can do it later. This is also a roof. These ones that have weird protruding corners, they are definitely roofs. This is a wall. Okay. And then if we go into, oh no, not what I wanted. The bright walls, yeah, I have to do that. And that. So we'll have to see, but we'll find out if this little experiment is successful in a short bit. And then for the no, I won't call it brown walls. I will call it light. Is that green? I'd say it's like light gray walls. And this will be dark gray walls. Dark gray walls 1. And then the other one is light gray walls, and we'll do it this way. So okay. Okay. I don't know if this is gonna work a lot better, but it should be a little bit more consistent in colors. So if I now go into the tile map and go into bright walls, I'll delete everything I've done here because it's absolutely ridiculous and awful. Okay. I go into bright walls. What happens if I do that? Yeah. Look at that. Kind of working now. Not perfect, but you see the intention. You see that it's kind of working. It's building walls actually. So it's trying to match corners. Now this is buggy. But this tile specifically is buggy. It's supposed to be at the very bottom, so I think I set it up the wrong way. But then same thing here. You can see the gray walls kind of match. Now I just have to adjust that tile for these ones too. But then it's gonna just fall into place, I think. Then light gray walls here. There you go. Yeah. So now if I go back into the tile set and if I try to understand exactly what's going on with that, this is the one. Okay. Ah, that's why, because this is not supposed to touch, like it's not supposed to connect with anything at the bottom. That's all right. That should sort it. Same here. To connect with anything at the bottom. And same here. Yeah, same here. And I have to go into the dark gray walls and paint that. Okay, so now that I've done that, if I try and do it again from the tile map, I have a feeling that things should, yeah, it's all right now. There's still a little bug, which is this here, this line. Like this tile with like an additional line, which adds a little bit of flavor, that is not working quite the correct way. But everything else seems to have sorted itself, as you can see. So now we've got, now we can build buildings. Like we can do this, and this will be like a tall building, and we've done that. We've got walls, we've got everything as it should be. So yeah, this is, oh no, wait, okay. So yeah, this is basically it. This is kind of how set up a tile set to have matching corners and such, so that you spend a little bit of time, you know, just setting it up, but then it pays off because because then you don't have to worry about it anymore. And you don't have to paint them manually, which is a massive time sink. So this is how I did it for, what the hell is going on here? That was not supposed to happen. Let's see, this and that. Yeah, see, here's the thing. So I need to make sure, I need to make like a specific rule for this one. So we're going to darker gray walls. Yeah, that's where we are. This one needs to connect like on these two levels. This one can connect on these two levels plus these over here, right? Yeah. So it's gonna only connect that way, I think. I think this is gonna break it, but let me test it, because I'm like, okay, no, that's fine. That's okay. That goes over there. That is the final corner. That is also the final corner. It's just a wall, normal wall. Okay. The wall, normal wall. And then here you've got the line. And now the line is, the main problem is this line here. So this one should only be able to connect when there's... okay, okay, okay. So this one should only be able to connect like this, and then like that, it should connect with that way, and yeah, but then it doesn't flip it, does it? Oh, there's the one that flips. Okay, so this one here, and I want it that way. Maybe this one fixed it. Maybe, potentially, might have fixed it. Uh-huh. Kinda. It broke it a little bit. Well, it's more consistent in creating the long buildings now, but something broken in the middle. Yeah, there's definitely something broken in the middle. I think it's these walls over here, like the ones that are facing that way. So I fixed something, but I've broken something else, as is tradition. So if I go in here, so the walls that are broken are these two. The ones that go inward. The ones that go that way. One there, that one there. That one doesn't have... Okay, I see. I think I see the thing. This one shouldn't connect with... No, well, this one should have a connection on that side. I should have a connection on that side, but not maybe... It's tricky. I think I don't know if I can reliably put this one in the terrain. I think it might be one that I place manually. But that's not a biggie. I mean, the rest can be alright. The rest can be here. There you go. These ones I can place manually to add some flavor, maybe. But the rest should now work as intended. So if I go over here and try to, well, let's clear it up first a little bit. Over there. We do that. Yeah, look at that. Look at the beautiful, beautiful building coming up just nicely. And this one also came up right well. This one is fine. This one thinks it doesn't have anything on the side, but this one is all right. Look at that. And create buildings in no time. That's it. Got it. Okay. So this is the right way to set up this kind of tile set. But then if I ever want to add additional tiles, like put it, maybe make it a little bit more artistic, and I'll put this little line across. I just go to that one and I just put that one manually, and that's all right. That's perfectly fine. And you create a little bit of texture there in the wall. So yeah, that's the tile set done. For the dark gray buildings. Now, I just have to replicate the same thing across the other ones, but since this one, now I have a bit of a base model, I probably do it pretty easily. So these ones, we don't care about them. We don't care about them. These ones we do. So we this way, put them this way, put them this way. Okay, perfect. That's already done, already fixed. And then for the light gray walls, the same thing. So we do that. So, you know. I don't know. I have to think about it. Then we don't care about that. And there must be another one that has like a little line at the top. Unless Kenny forgot. That's that. I don't know. I don't see it. It looked like there is one. It's strange because you'd imagine that's on one side. That's the other side. And so all of that. That's central. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Then for the terrain set, what we want to do is I want to add another terrain set. Which is going to be number 1. And here in number 1, I need to add the roofs. So brown roof. And we want to go into brown roof and just add the brown roofs to it. This is going to be so easy to do. So the brown roof. So what color for the brown roof? Let's put this one again. For the brown roof, this one can only connect on that side. Pretty self-explanatory. Though also on that side, we can do that and that, that and that, that. Well, I don't know. No, not that. Not that either. Not that either. So it's just literally that, because this could be the top of the roof too. Oh, actually, this is the top of the roof. This is the top of the roof. So that means this can only connect like this. Yeah. And this can connect like this. Kinda. Then we do that. Is the usual in all 4 directions. This one, same thing. We want to do it that way. Same thing for this. This one can only connect from here down. That should work. And then we've got the yellow roof. Yellow roof. Instead of yellow, we give it a nice purple. And the yellow roof will probably observe the same kind of rules. That looks to be the rooftop, so we're gonna do that. I guess do that. This one crossed. That do that. Okay, do that, and then this one crossed as well. Okay, and then finally we've got the, oh damn it. Wait, I used the wrong color here. Use the wrong color. Wrong color. Okay. And then finally we add the gray roof. Gray roof. No. That's the yellow roof. And finally we got the gray roof. Change it to gray roof, and we add this one too. So there's that. One seems to be like that. That one seems to be like that. Cross. That. Like that. Okay. With that said, I think we can play around with some small buildings. Now, the thing is, this tile set is huge. If I change the tile size, it's going to be compressed quite a bit. Yeah. That's not going to work. It's going to mess up with the grid. So I think what I can do is I just have to play with the scale, I believe. It's too big. Yeah, I have to make the buildings quite small, so I have to scale it down, essentially. It's not best practice. It could be massively different. But here's what we got. So, yeah. So the tile map terrains, great. Where is number 2? Where's the second terrain? Where is the second terrain and how do I use it? It's supposed to be there. Now we got it. Okay, so we got the brick walls. Let's just delete everything here. Actually, that's fine. Huh? Oh, why did I? Okay, we just delete everything here. And what we simply do are just a couple of buildings, just to have them there. We do one like that. Kind of like that, I would say. Yeah. We add a brown roof. This. Oh. What's going on to the brown roof? Oh. I've replaced it. Not great. Okay. Oh, no. Okay, that's the brown roof. Yellow roof, and that's the gray roof. Is this also a roof? No. Okay. So if we go back to the tile set, brown roof. Boom. It's mostly not working. It's not painting the right ones. Just doing the big ones. Path paints the terrain. I mean, okay, yeah, we can do that, but okay, not quite what I was expecting, but that's all right. We will fix it next time. I don't think we have time to do it now, but I'm going to do a couple more buildings here just to have them. Then we can start playing around with the movement, with the parallax movement and whatnot. Now we could do that simply by doing a parallax 2D. No, not a parallax 2D. It's supposed to be a parallax layer, if I remember right. So we do parallax layer. No, it is parallax 2D. Okay, and we put everything as children of the parallax 2D. Now the problem is that we don't have. I don't think. Oh yeah, repeat. Oh yeah, there we go. It's working. So, yeah, see, it's kind of doing it. Auto scroll. No. 3 times. V2 is fine. And we kind of need to move them quite a bit. So like it has to be 1,600. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so we got the parallax. So what this means is scroll scale. Is that what I'm... Auto scroll moving. It's not moving. Limit. Okay, that's a problem. Override. No. Screen offset. No. Scroll scale. I'll do like 100. But if I move the actual parallax layer, okay. Scroll offset. Oh, okay. I can play with the scroll offset. Actually, that's good. That's a good point. I just have to increase the scroll offset until... Okay, great. So what I'm gonna do is here in main, parallax 2D reference. Then in every frame, what we want to do is parallax 2D dot scroll offset minus equals delta. But we need it on the X. Okay, minus equals delta. This way it moves to the left. It looks like we are going right. And if parallax 2D dot scroll offset dot X is smaller than... If abs, the absolute value of this is abs, I don't know. We kind of have to test it, but like let's see. Let's say, I don't know, the minus 600, which is like double the amount. But actually, I don't think it matters because after you does it. I think it. Let's do minus 800. Yeah, right. So I think. I don't know if it... I think once it gets to minus 1,600, it repeats again. Yeah, it does. Okay. Great. It also do... Oh, no, okay. So I think once it gets to minus 1,600, then we... So we'll do like a nice const here. Const scroll limit float 1,600. So once it becomes less than the scroll limit, then parallax 2D dot scroll offset dot X minus equals... No, sorry, equals 1,600. Const var base scroll var scroll X pause. Give it float as well. And then on ready, what we do actually is scroll X pause equals parallax 2D dot scroll offset dot X. Okay, great. So we've got that. Actually, we might want to call it a little differently. So we do start scroll X pause, start scroll pause X. Start scroll pause X. Okay. Let's see how it works. It's moving very slowly, but it's moving. So we're gonna do a nice export var scroll speed float, and that's going to be, I don't know, 500 minus equals scroll speed times delta. Well, not 500. I think I want to do it like a 10 at a time, maybe. Let's see. It needs to feel somewhat fast. which is not at the which it is not at the moment. Maybe it is a matter of 100 because Jetpack Joyride does go quite fast. Okay. We're getting it. We're getting it. We are getting it. Look at that. We're starting to get the scroll. Let's see for 500 maybe. Okay. This is more like Jetpack Joyride style. I love that. What about 450? What about 400? What about 300? Okay, no. 450. I like 450. Yay! Look at that. We've got the infinite scroll. So it was pretty easy. With Parallax 2D, it was actually quite easy. But the principle is the same. Like, I could have just... It's because it's repeating it a lot more often. If I didn't want to do it with Parallax 2D, it would be still somewhat easy, I think. Because I would have to just grab a layer, make it move, and once it goes past a certain position, it goes back to the start. So like I want to see here in remote Parallax 2D. Okay, let's move. The scroll offset isn't resetting, which is concerning. But all right, and why? If abs parallax, is bigger. That is a big mistake I made. There we go. Look. Gets to 1,600 and we're back to the start. Amazing. Look at that. Look at that math. I don't know if you can see it because it's probably a little small for you on the editor. Like here, you can see that it goes all the way down to minus 1,600, which is exactly how much it needs to then replicate to basically repeat, and then it goes back to the starting position. It's the concept is the same. Like I don't think I need a Parallax 2D layer to do this. I just have to apply the same principle on a normal like background node. I think it would work just the same. A normal tile set, I could just do it. The tile set is just the Parallax 2D node is just useful because it kind of does it on its own. But at the same time, I mean, it's not really useful to me because we have like the little character is not actually moving. It's just stationary. It's the background that moves. So the Parallax 2D node is actually useless in a way. What I'm going to do as part of the refactoring at some point, polish, I'm going to refactor scroll to eliminate Parallax 2D layer. Which I think we can do. So we've got that. In the scrolling background, it's not procedurally generated, so it's not going to be perfect. But I can give it a think. I think I can probably find a way to make it procedurally generated. But now, okay, so now we kind of need a floor though, because right now we don't have a floor. I would like to do something in isometric. Right now it's all flat. Not a fan of that. So let me see if Kenny has something isometric that I can use. And that makes sense for me to use. Assets. Let's see, isometric 2D. What isometric? Okay, here we go. Isometric blocks. Okay, this might be alright. I just need the little terrain. It should be fine. This can be flat, but I think it's gonna work okay. Isometric landscape. Isometric blocks, buildings, city, tower defense, sketch town. I think this is the one. Isometric blocks. Even though maybe it's a little too isometric. I don't know. We can test it. We can test it. Maybe it can be part of the polish stage. Like make floor isometric. For now, we can just have a normal floor with another part of the tile set, which is here the platformer pack. It has some ground. So, oh, it has the background too. I forgot about that. Okay, so for the background, so how do we do this? I think, oh, we can also move the background. We could also move the background. So if I add a new tile map, if I add a new tile map layer, call it background. This one is going to be called midground. It's the buildings. So background, midground. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. We got background and midground. And then this is fine. And this is all the way over there. And we do want this one to be... oh yeah, it needs a tile set. I think we might want to create from scratch because we're making other stuff. But like, okay, we got that, and it needs to probably be 70 by 70 again. So in reality, I think we can just use this. Just save it as a resource. Call it background tile set, level tile set, we'll call it, and that's fine. But we can add another layer to this. Don't modify it at all. And then with this one, I think with the new platformer pack, I think, well, I mean, we don't have the XML file for this, but if we were to, it's like a 35 by 35, is it correct? No, it's not. It's absolutely abysmal. 128 by 128, I believe it was. Yeah, that it is. There we go. This is the background. We got some background tiles and whatnot. Honestly, I feel like we can simply paste it as it is. Like, it's just a huge region, you know. We can do that. That is one region. That is the clouds. That is another region. This is another region which I feel loops. Then we can have this other region, which probably loops as well. This other region, which probably loops as well. We got 3 regions, and that means if we go into the tile map now and we try to paint these, this is going to be pretty cute. Look at that. Oh my god, look at that. Isn't that the prettiest thing you've ever seen in your life? Uh-huh. Then we probably need another parallax 2D layer because this one needs to be animated differently, doesn't it? So let me just do some magic here. Parallax 2D. Put it there, and we call it a background parallax. And this one we call it midground parallax. Right? And then we put this one down here. No, then we put the background down here. Right? And then for this one we add load the level tile set, which is exactly what we need. At this point, platformer pack, and what we do is very simple. We just grab a bunch of textures, put them next to each other. There you go. Then we do that. And that. And that. And that. Then maybe do that. I think we want this to be kind of like that. Yeah, there you go. It's very cute. I love it. I think it's got a lot of personality, this thing. So this way, at least it changes between biomes, you know. It's not all fixed. It goes back to the beginning. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the desert is a little longer, but that's okay. do not mind about that. These are the clouds instead, so we can absolutely place them here. So I don't feel like they're aligning. Oh, they are aligning. Oh, they're aligning very hard. Okay, no. Uh-huh. There we go. That. Okay, but there's also just the simple hills. Maybe at some point you might want to add instead of having that, but like, we're not quite sure how. I think it just loops. Yeah, it's just the hills that loop. It could work, but I don't think it's aligned to the other set. Yeah, no, it isn't, so it's fine. This is kind of the level, I would say. That was gonna work, and I think we can do the same thing, but like this one, the scroll scale, I think the repeat after, I don't know, got no idea. It's 600 like that. I think this is way bigger than that. We're covering a lot more ground with this. And also we don't need to do it this way. We can just line it there. So, not quite sure how this is gonna work. Gonna have to test it, I guess, but scroll, I'll call this scroll speed mid-ground scroll speed. Then I'm gonna have to do another one, which is the export bar background scroll speed. Now this one doesn't exist anymore. We're gonna have to 200.0. This one can go a little slower. This one doesn't exist anymore, so what we can do is, it's called mid-ground parallax now. Mid-ground parallax, there we go. And same for the background parallax, we're gonna need it over there. Same thing, start scroll position X. And we do BG start scroll position X, BG start scroll position X. And we duplicate this. Oh, no, not what I wanted to do. Not what I wanted to do. We duplicate this one and we do the same thing here. We do BG start, we do MG start, BG start position, and this is MG start position. Gonna be BG start scroll position X equals background parallax dot scroll offset dot X. This is gonna have to become mid-ground. Ah, damn it. Mid-ground parallax. We called it with consistency. Parallax. Okay, then that is fine. That's all right. So key ring. Mid-ground. Okay, but. Same thing, actually. Background parallax dot scroll offset dot X minus equals background parallax scroll speed times delta. And if abs background parallax dot scroll offset dot X, you get an abs scroll limit. And this one becomes the BG, no, MG start scroll position X. This one becomes background parallax dot scroll offset dot X equals BG scroll position. Okay, this should be all the code we need for the parallax. Let's see how it works. Well, it works, but you don't see it because it's oh, and it repeats then. Okay, repeats before you can get to the end. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. Oh, yeah, because it gets reset. What if we do it this way? So the background here, it definitely needs to be scaled down, unfortunately. I do not like that solution, but it needs to be scaled down because you can't see shit otherwise. So gonna have to move it over there. Right? And then we do that. See? Right, yeah, perfect. Now we're talking. Okay. So here's what we want to do. We want to start repeating it. But I don't know in terms of the parallax what kind of stuff we need to do. Because here for the midground we had midground parallax is minus 600. Repeat size is 600. So this one doesn't have those settings. So what about? Ah, okay. It kind of repeats, doesn't it? But it's not repeating the proper way because we're not catering for. Yeah, we're not catering for that. So I think actually, if we need to do it like the proper way, I would love to be able to delete something here. Wait. Yeah, okay, but like, can I? May I delete? Please. May I? Ah, okay. Fair enough. My bad. Okay, we'll delete that. We just delete it. Oh, no, wait. Not the sky, not the sky, not the sky. Just this. And then we simply place down this. I feel like we're going to be fine if we do that. No? So we place this down, this down. Just do it with the green hills. That's enough, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know if I'm repeating now, but. Okay, good. So what happens if we do this now? Oops, wait a moment. Has to be minus 1600 and repeat a couple of times. Oh yeah, there you go. Well, it's not connected, is it? Let me just remove this for a moment. Ah, there we go. Okay, now we're talking. Okay, background. Okay, we put that one there. Okay, now it's connected. Great. And we also, I think I need to move the scroll offset by a little bit. Okay, now that repeats over there. Okay, yeah, I think that's pretty clear what's happening here. So okay, 1575 is the actual size that we need to go for. Then here for the sky, we just have to plug this one in. Okay, 1575 is the value of the repeat size. Once the scroll offset gets to that, should be repeating. Let's see. Don't really see it moving. Why is it not moving? Is it the broken? Has it got the broken? Let me see. It's not moved. Why would that be? Okay, wait. Minus 0. Okay. It goes there, but... Oh, and it stopped. That's exciting. What have I done here? Ah. Ah, yeah, okay. That makes a lot of sense, actually. What is the scroll position for that? Scroll offset. Minus 600 pixel. Alright. So why is that one working? Got a few doubts, I'll be honest. Let's see. Oh. Now it's not working anymore. Okay. But fair. Oh, no. I know why. Because I've changed it. I have to use this one to be the absolute value. Okay, now it's going to work. See? Yay, we are moving. We are indeed moving. Background moves. Everything moves. Look at this beauty. Look at this beauty. Oh, see some flickering in the background. Let me just double check that this one is working as intended. Yeah, there was a little bit of flickering there in the background, but that's okay. Acceptable for now. All right, good. Very, very good. Very, very, very good. Very happy. Got some basic parallax going on. We've got the scrolling background and whatnot. I guess maybe the background could move even slower. It could move even slower, I'll be honest. 50. Is it moving at 50? Let me do that again. Yeah, that works. That works. Okay, great. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. Now, last bit, and then we have to go, unfortunately, because I'm having quite a lot of fun with this one. Background, midground, floor. Okay, last thing is we have to do the actual floor. And I think it can move at the same speed as the midground, or maybe we do just a separate thing as well. But for now, we'll just put it that way. So tile set, quick load, we're going to do that. I think we can use this. We can use this floor. We can use this floor, yeah. We can easily use this floor. No need for platforms and whatnot. I think we're fine. Okay. We can use this floor. This is just a column, so we don't really need it. Okay. Well, that's actually quite easy. For the floor, we can simply do this. Then we grab it and we just place it. Very, 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 very easily. Place one over here. Place a button. You know, they're not great. They're not beautifully aligned. Why is that? 70 by 70. Ah, yeah, well, I mean, the size is different, isn't it? Damn it, maybe I should have... Maybe for the floor, I should do something different. This is not going to work. Unless I offset it, but... Well, I could offset it a little bit. No, I don't think again. Unless... Ability, top level, texture, material. Nah. It's not fine. Not good. Not good. What if? Yeah, no. I think there's no way around it. I need to do a new one. New tile set. And I have to drag in the new platformer pack. No, thank you. Do 128 by 128. Great. Okay. And the tile size is 128 by 28. So that's all I need to do. So that means I can actually grab this and place it perfectly aligned with the grid. Great. Although I might want to move the grid a little bit. Just down slightly. So it's aligned with the floor. Yeah, there you go. Now we just do this. Place this one here and we just doesn't really have an end, does it? So can just be like that. That's done pretty much. That's it. So now we have a floor. Look at that. We've got a floor, we've got buildings. Some of them are floating for some reason, but if we now remove that building from there and move that building from there, we need to make them somewhat small, actually, I think. So this is a good base to have, but this one isn't. This floating building is weird. And I think, unfortunately, we have to scale this too, so not a fan of this, but it is what it is. I have to make houses a little smaller. There we go. Okay, and I think that's still gonna work. Let's see. Yeah, they repeat just fine. I mean, they're very small now, so maybe not quite as small. I want to do 0.75, something like that. Okay, and then we can probably move the up. Okay. Okay. Great. So now what happens is we're here in the mid ground, and what we do is grab this. No, grab the building, grab the terrains. There we go, the terrains. That's I was looking for. We've got some light gray walls that we can do, and we can just put them over there. It's gonna be very cute. Then dark gray walls, something like that. So we've got some houses, buildings that are kind of like smaller, maybe stuff like that. And we get the bright walls, another like mini house here. We get the roofs, and once we got that, these roofs are absolutely abysmal. What does this do? Oh yeah, it's kind of like that. Okay, kind of like that. Okay, then it doesn't have like I don't have any props yet that can come later, but for now that's fine. I think I need to adjust here the terrain. So terrain set 1 on roof. Let's see, what is the best way to think about this? So for the brown roof, needs to be, this one needs to do that. So this is the only one that can connect there. Needs to do that. Do that. It needs to do that. Is this going to change anything? Probably not. Find out. Dang it. Ah, yeah. It works. It actually does work. Oh, look at that. Got the top of the roof, roofs as well. It did feel a little strange that this one was a duplicate. This one needs to have absolutely nothing on its side. This one can connect like that. We can connect like that, I think. I don't know. I don't understand this anymore, I'll be honest, but we'll try to make it work. So, now if we go over here and try to paint the brown roof, what's going to happen? Okay, yeah, that is indeed a roof. That is indeed a roof. I like that. Okay, that's a roof. Love it. That works. So if I want to do this, look at my little house here. Look at that. Look at this thing taking form, taking shape. Okay, then we do a bigger one here. It can be like a big building. Oh, yeah, well that can be a problem. Put it this way. Yeah, there you go. And that one there becomes also a building. Like it is indeed a building. Oh, I like this kind of idea with a little tower there. So what if we try and do something similar? Like with maybe the dark gray walls and we get like a big tower here. Oh, look, it works. It's working. Do that. That's a nice little church there or something like that, which we're able to look at. Anyway, so there we go. And that's the little roof. Little is a big word, but little roof somewhat. And actually, I think we might wanna a little shorter. See, roof over there. Nope, and this one short like that. Yeah, let's make it just a tad little shorter. Oh, if we do that. These are too close together. I think we can leave a little bit more room here. We do that. Great. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful stuff. Like that. Okay. Oh, no, this is the roof. Sorry. Uh-huh. Okay. Uh-huh. Then we get the brown roof here. Get a nice little church building. Kind of like a church building. And this one is too gray. I don't like it. So I'm going to put some light gray walls here too. Create another like little house here. Has a different roof maybe. If you get what I mean. Great. No. Light gray walls. There we go. And maybe this one has. Yeah, I like that. I have to adjust the roofs for the others, but now that the brown roof works, I can just do it the same way. So let's see. This one is just. I don't know how I did that. Okay. This one is like that. That's okay. How's that? Just like that. Okay. I think I like that for that. And that one is like that. So that means that should sort it. I think. Down, middle, down, middle, down, middle. Okay, 2 are in the middle. Let's see. That's it. And then same for the gray roof. We do the same thing. Where's the gray roof? Where is the gray roof indeed? Here. Okay. The top. Uh-huh. Down. Okay. Okay, I think we got the roofs working and functional. Now we're gonna paint one roof over here. Yeah. There we go. Nice. It's working. It's working. The only problem we're having is like we can do super fancy structures, but we got the houses. So now if we replay, look at this. Got a nice little village here. There we go. There we go. Okay. Right. I am very happy. This was a very productive session. Very productive session. Good success. We've got the floor. Score based on distance covered. You know what? Let's just do it. Who cares? We'll do a little yeah, let's see. We do a little score. So let's do okay, let's do a new scene. User interface. We call it UI manager as usual, and we put a little control node in here, and we put a little label here. Now, VBox container, so it's scalable. Scores. And then inside here, we put a label. This label is the score label. I don't know what font we can use, but we do a label setting here for now, and we simply move this one a little bit. We move it. Yeah, like that. Something like that. Or great. UI manager, we put it in the not resources, in the UI. There we go. In the project, globals, add UI, UI manager, add. Okay, so we've got the auto load there. And I think, like, very simply, process every frame. Every frame that the hero moves while it's in a running state. No, actually, yeah, every frame. In the well, we need the UI manager first to have a script very quickly, and we need the score label. So on ready, score label dot text equals, and then here what we want to do is, I mean, we'll move it, but for now we'll put it there just for testing. Var score equals, it has to be a float, equals to 0. Score label text equals score, score to string. And then what we want to do is, well, first of all, I have to move to game manager. Score label text, the score, okay. And then in the hero, with every frame, what we do is we grab the UI manager dot score plus equals delta. And what we want to do here is we do a little set function where little setter where with new score, where score equals new score and score label dot text equals string score. We update it every time. So that should do it. That should actually be. Where's the score label? Oh, I didn't put it in the canvas layer. Oops, my bad. Canvas layer. No, not canvas group. Always. Canvas layer. There we go. Put it there. Put that one there. Anchor the control mode to the top left. Scores. It's gonna be still top left, but control mode can move a little bit. Just have some margins at least. Okay, let's test it. Label the text. Ah, yeah, because I moved it. My bad. My bad. Again. Yay, that's the score. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. Okay. So, well, we are almost done for tonight. So what I want to do is make sure that distance score. And then we put M's. But now the float, we kind of need to float. We kind of need to float. No, float. Okay, I don't remember how to do it. Let's see. Godot limit float to 2 decimal places. Snapped F value. This is the most preferred way. Okay, function run to snapped F. Snapped F value. Oh, okay. It's something like that. So if I try to do that, I have to do snapped F. Score 0.01. Oh, I remember this. Okay, I remember this now. So I have to do this same thing. But at the same time, we kind of want to do distance. Snap score. Meters. We grab this one, make it a little bigger. Just a little bigger. A little bit bigger. We're going main, and one instant problem I've seen is that the camera looks outside the play area, so we're going to do that. There we go. Done. We have the score. We have the score. Look at that. Look at that score. Look at that glorious score. I am very happy. Okay. Nice. And I think what we can do is for the hero, actually, because he's looking a little slow now. Just a little bit slow. When he's running, make it faster. 10. Double. There we go. Look at that. Look at how pretty this is. That's already looking cute. Yeah. Nice. Love it. Okay, guys. I think this has been a beautiful little session in Godot. If you're still there, amazing. If not, well, okay anyway. It was lovely. We managed to do quite a lot. We did the character controller, we did the animated sprite with the jetpack, we did the endless scrolling background make ground floor, score based on distance cover. We were able to also do that, which is not something to underestimate at all. So next time, what are we going to do? We're going to start putting in some obstacles, rockets from the right, floating lasers, that kind of stuff that we've seen on Jetpack Joyride. We're gonna also try and see at some point make mid-ground more procedurally generated, because right now what we have is simply a background that repeats every time, repeats constantly. So it's okay, but after a while I think it can become a little bit monotonous. Not what we want. What we want is variety. So I still don't know how, but we're gonna be able to generate the mid-ground procedurally in some way. Gonna have to find out. Maybe I can use patterns, because I can probably spawn patterns from the tile set if I set them somehow. I think it's absolutely possible. So we will be looking at that. But next time we're gonna do obstacles, rockets, floating lasers that spawn at some point. Then we're going to try and do the shop. I don't know, maybe the shop can be later, but the leaderboard that preserves score, that can definitely be done next time. The shop and such. Then we're going to have to do the menus. So like win condition. Win lose condition. So there is no winning condition, but we're going to have to make the menus as well. Like the main menu, a little bit of an art or something like that. We'll use a nice font. Something like that anyway. Then import fonts. So I don't think we'll be able to finish it next time, but I think in 2 live streams we will be there pretty much. So It was an absolute pleasure. Let me just move to the just chatting scene. It was an absolute pleasure to try this little experiment with you guys. I'm having so much fun with this 20 games challenge. This one has been particularly interesting already, a lot more exciting than Pong, especially because things are coming together, things are happening, and I'm being able to do them, and they work, and yeah, it's been fascinating. It hasn't been as frustrating as trying to move a damn ball in Pong, which is a little bit more physics based. That said, but Joyride, pretty easy game. So in terms of scope, it's pretty simple in a way. So it's not going to be the most challenging one in this beautiful challenge, but we'll get there eventually. We'll get there, and then after JETPACK Joyride, we'll have Frogger, then Asteroids, then Pac-Man. We are going to get a little bit more complex as we go. But for the time being, it has been absolutely beautiful to speak to you all, and I will speak to you guys on Saturday, which is going to be, I still don't know what. Maybe it's going to be a little bit of Terraria, to be honest, because I'm very much into that game lately. So yeah, I'll speak to you guys next time. Thank you, and bye-bye.